Can't hear you yet.
Been a while.
Oh, there we
How's
go.
it going?
There. It's going well.
No, Doug's all alone over there.
Yeah,
It's
nobody
me and
wants
Eddie over here.
I can't bring myself to sit next to Doug.
You don't want the genius to rub off on you.
Here, just for that, I'm going to do my classic.
I'm not in the hand.
Oh,
so.
you're not even in the hand.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. See. So if Chucky and Anthony are coming, that means we have two seats left.
Yeah, so go ahead and invite whoever.
You remember how Kobe plays, though, right, Reed?
I think so. No.
He's very aggressive. I don't know if...
Oh, right. Sure, bring it on.
Ooh, Matt and Eddie, slow down. You ain't racing yet. Remember that line from Cars 2, Cars 1? It's in
remember Cars 2.
It's in the California Adventure when you do the Cars ride. You know, when you change your tires just before you do the big race. Okay. You ain't racing yet.
You didn't show your cards, Eddie. I'm curious what you had. Oh, you're on mute.
Chucky. I was trying to figure out the probabilities you'd be here tonight.
Run some simulations.
What did you come up with?
Well, after I knew you gave Reed money, it was pretty high. Hey, Anthony.
Hi.
Hey, Anthony.
Hi.
So you're an empty nester now, Anthony, huh?
How do you know that?
Because you said last week that it was your last night before your daughter goes to college or whatever.
Oh, yeah. My wife just dropped her off. Ooh, I got to bet. Sorry, hold on a second. Oh, what? Did I bet? No.
You hit check.
Fuck. Yeah, I've got the whole house to myself. My son is spending the night at a friend's house before he goes to the tour of college, and my wife is in Phoenix, and my daughter is in Oregon. Okay.
A buddy of mine at work has his younger daughter just went off to college, and he's working from home most days, and there's no one at home during the day, and he's like, he doesn't know what the hell to do with himself.
Oh yeah, no, I got plenty of shit to do.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, it's good. I actually kind of like having the house to myself. I can't see you though, Matt. Your camera's not working.
You can't see me? Can anyone else see me?
No, nobody can see you, but we kind of like it.
Oh.
I was so close to saying something, but I figured it was
Damn.
obvious. So.
Any better?
Nope.
Much. Much.
Yeah.
I still don't see you.
You still don't see me?
He's somewhere in there.
I don't get it. I see myself.
Check your lens cover.
No. It's up. I see my video, like on my
I
screen.
suppose you're using a mirror instead of a camera.
No.
I could refresh, but I don't want to.
It's not worth it to see my face.
Quaid, did you do like a clubhouse thing the other day? That was yesterday? Yeah. How did that go?
It went really well. Yeah, I thought so.
Cool.
It was fun to do.
I want to watch that or listen to it. Boom, 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 boom. Eddie! My neighbor.
Seriously? Your neighbors?
Yeah, we live in the same town.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sweet. Yep. What up, neighbor?
What up, neighbor? Are you in a hospital room or something?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
The way that TV's mounted makes me think it's a hospital room.
Oh yeah. This is my bedroom.
Oh yeah. Hi Terry. Oh, there's
Hey,
Mike.
Adam.
Adam.
You see me now? Okay.
Is my fan distracting? Can anybody hear my fan?
I can't hear your fan. I can hear some. It sounds like TV or something though.
Yeah, that's
I
me.
do hear that.
Hold on.
Rude.
First family pod of the night,
Yeah, everyone's in.
unless Eddie raises, which he's planning to.
Looks like he's typing into his 10 key.
Oh, maybe not.
Who's in this? Who's in it? Doug and Chucky. Oh no, Chucky's out. Doug and Terry and Quaid.
Eddie, remind me what your YouTube channel is. You have a channel, right? I think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's called Deep Discussions.
Deep discussions. Okay.
Yeah. Haven't posted in a very long time, but all of it's there.
It's definitely worth a check out. I enjoy it.
Thanks, Quaid.
Where have you been the last couple weeks, Anthony?
I've been bowing out of the games because I had busy weeks planned with meetings and talks and stuff. So
Where's your priorities?
Yeah, what
I
the
know.
hell? Get your shit together.
I know, right? Yeah. So it's not you, it's me.
Uh-huh. I've heard that.
No, it's all good.
Is there a link to download? Hang on, I'll just chat with you. Hang on.
Who are you talking to?
I think probably me. I'm trying to get some video from him. Got it, Eddie.
What did you have, Eddie?
I had just 5s and 9s.
Dear
Everything okay?
Eddie, we're laughing at that. Your sound effects. I just had 5s and 9s. Yeah.
Ah!
What sound effects? What are you talking about?
Somebody screamed on your television.
I hear echo. Hope that's not me again, is it? I'll mute it.
It is you. Isn't it?
That's shuffling noise.
Like a millisecond
Yeah,
reverb.
like right, a reverb
Okay,
after.
okay, stay unmuted and we'll see.
Quiet. Oh, badink. I heard that little dink. I think it's
Yeah,
you, Doug.
I still
Maybe.
hear it when it's.
No, I've never, ever had that problem.
Maybe it's Chucky.
It's not me. I've been on mute.
It's actually not too bad though. It's just
Yeah.
I've heard worse.
Here we go. That's
We're all wearing headphones, right? Except for Terry. Terry, you wearing
For
headphones?
Jerry, it's probably me. All right.
Wait, well, hang on.
Just try mute and we'll see.
Yeah.
Just so we know.
Gotta wait for Anthony
You gotta
to do
wait for someone
something.
to play.
sorry. There we go.
Yeah, that fixed
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
yeah, it is.
Oh,
Do you have
was that-
earphones in the house?
I tried to use my earbuds and I couldn't, and I don't like being attached to a computer, so
Oh yeah.
I'll just mute. I think it's my Discord notifications or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
I'll just try and mute.
Okay. I invited 2 people, so we'll see if we can fill this table up.
Okay.
Is it dumb money?
Actually, well, maybe 1. I won't say which one.
You guys all froze for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I got this new computer, man, and I can't like throw enough video at it to make it sweat. That was my problem. Why my video used to be all crappy before.
Well, you're still frozen for me. What the hell?
Everyone or just someone?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go now. That's strange.
A lot of checks.
A lot of checks.
Nice job, Eddie.
Just clowning his way back.
And
Hit the wrong button. Damn it.
What button did you hit?
The F button when I
Oh.
wanted to hit the R.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah.
R button.
Yeah. That's kind of nasty. They use adjacent keys like that.
Yeah. Damn QWERTY keyboards.
Good Dvorak.
Right.
I used to know a kid who used one of those.
I started to learn it in college, but it felt very, I don't know, annoying not to know how to type.
Yeah.
I wonder if someone can get away with actually not learning how to type nowadays. They can just use voice.
Hmm.
Oh, it's a good question. There's some guys I work with who still hunt and peck. You know, they never learned how to type properly.
Younger people, though, maybe, huh?
No, this guy's older. He's maybe like 60, I would guess.
But like teenagers and younger might be able to get away without typing.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, for those of you who have kids here, can you type better than your kids?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Actually, if they're doing voice, they could probably do it faster than I can type.
Yeah, but then they got to have good diction. I know I've tried that with Google, and it hasn't worked very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have to go back and fix stuff. Whereas when I type, I never make any mistakes.
Yeah. Typing, yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the technology will change, but I prefer typing.
Remember those Windows 95 or whatever games that you used to learn to type? Those were fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's
I
some
had-
new ones now where you type and to kill the monsters and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had those back in my day on the Apple IIe's, you know,
Oh,
back
yeah.
in like the 80s.
To kill monsters, really? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Or it was a competition to see who could have the most words per minute.
I definitely remember stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all that's going to be pretty obsolete once we get computer chips in our head.
Oh, Mavis
Yeah.
Beacon's touch type tutor, something
Yes.
like that.
Yeah, Mavis Beacon.
Neuralink.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know. I have serious reservations or resistance to doing something like that.
To get in a computer implanted in your skull?
Yeah.
What possible reservations could you have?
It's not like they get hacked or anything.
Yeah, right.
Is that even out yet?
No.
No.
Okay.
They do have like neural interface systems though, where like they'll like detect brain waves, and then like you can
Yeah.
like move cursors or
There's
like
stuff for
scroll
people
screens.
who are paralyzed, where they can like imagine the cursor going up or down or left or right and control
Right.
the cursor like that. But
They
I
also-
think it's pretty invasive.
They also use
surgery.
that for like in high performance fighter jets. I guess they use that as an interface mechanism also.
Mm-hmm.
I'm skeptical.
Oops, I
Is
launched a
that
missile.
true? Is that true? I can't imagine a high performance fighter jet and the dude is like using Jedi mind powers.
I think it's like, well, no, I mean that's what I read. I mean, I
Uh-huh.
don't know, I could be wrong. 15. Oh boy.
What was that one experiment where someone could click a button and trigger a dopamine release, and all they did was just sit there and
Is
hit it?
Called
That was-
video
That was the
games
mouse,
or
right? That was a mouse
Yeah.
experiment.
World
Or
of
the rats.
Warcraft.
Yeah, they did that with rats, and they just did it to death. They stopped like eating and everything.
But you probably haven't heard the other part of that. You ever hear about the rat park experiment?
Oh yeah, they gave them everything they wanted, and it turned it into a horrible. I
Yeah.
don't know how to describe it. Yeah,
No, it didn't go
kept-
like that.
they kept reproducing.
No. It's like
Yeah.
the idea was if the rats like had things that made their life meaningful, like social interaction with other rats and like exercise and whatever,
Maybe we're thinking of different experiments.
then they didn't actually go and take I think it was it heroin laced water or something? It was
Oh
cocaine laced water.
yeah.
It
Okay.
makes a rat's life meaningful, man.
Interacting with
Keith?
other rats, having
I see.
sex,
I see.
you know, like
But
Running.
I think Quaid maybe read the thing that I'm thinking of, where they allowed them to
Mhm.
have sex and they just reproduced, and it became this horrible dystopia of a rat life.
okay. I don't know about that.
By
One.
Yeah.
whose standard?
Yeah, I think like you were saying, they just like reproduced a lot, and then
But they
It's
were
supposed
given as much food as they could. So eventually it was just so many mice in the same place.
Yeah. And it was supposed to, like, people extrapolate from that and say that, the human population. I think that's where part of the information is coming for the idea that there's like growth can hurt humanity or whatever. Like we're growing too fast or whatever. I forget what that's called.
The Malthusian idea.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, like eventually we'll have we'll run out of resources and everyone will end up starving. We'll be just at the carrying capacity of the world. That was always a concern. It hasn't worked out because we've been able to adapt and improve technology.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just watching a video that was saying something like that. Or I guess there were two people who had made a bet. And the bet was that like the price of gold was either going to go up or stay the same, or it was going to go. And then the other side was that it was going to go down. And somehow they were thinking that whether or not it went up or down would show like how humanity was doing or something like that. Because the theory was that we were basically going to like hit the limits of growth. But they actually like made a bet on it for like $200 and something, and the guy who thought that it was going to get worse lost the bet. The price of gold went up, or it went up or stayed the same. I think that was it. Gold. I think so. I can't remember exactly.
Well, there is something to that theory. Like we can't continue to grow at whatever 5 or 10% a year. And I'm not just talking about population. I'm talking about like embedded growth expectations that people have. Like everyone seems to imagine that the stock market's going to go up at 5 or 7% a year, and like that can't happen forever. It didn't. In fact, it never used to. It used to be that like everything stayed the same until the scientific and Enlightenment era, right? Basically, you had kids, and the kids had the same life you had. There was no real change with anything.
Nice job, Terry. I thought using my I thought you had nothing. I eventually decided you had nothing. And I kept telling myself 2 weeks ago, Terry always has something.
Yeah, that's why I folded.
Yeah.
Here.
He's always got
I
something.
knew it in my bones.
Years ago, I read a good book that talked about some of those ideas called *Sapiens* by a guy named Yuval Noah Harari. Boy, that was a really good book.
Yeah, and then Homo Deus is pretty good too.
That was also good. How might things end up?
How's that pizza, Reed?
So good. I'm so hungry.
$19. We have a pair of 10s? 19. Not staying in on that. Two pair. Also 2 pair.
Nice.
Yep. I thought somebody either have the 3 of a kind or that ace high.
Should have bet 66 instead of 33.
I would have folded then.
Oh, okay. What was
You,
that?
you laced that hook perfectly for me.
I just heard a large bang.
Yeah, I did too.
Is that your house?
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
Sound like a cardboard box or something dropped.
Yeah, just let me get my shotgun. I'll be right back.
Okay.
This is Arizona.
Yeah, right. Like you move into a city in Arizona and they hand you a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Wild West.
Kind of like Texas.
Yeah.
I think I read that Plano, Texas has the highest percentage of gun ownership.
Plano, Texas?
Yeah.
That's usually a pretty like affluent, hoity-toity suburb of Dallas.
Yeah, well, they have money to buy guns, I guess, right? I don't know.
They buy 20 of them. Yeah, maybe.
You know what's interesting is I have no objection to owning a gun.
Yeah.
But yet I've never owned a gun. And I think it's one of those reasons where it's like I never had a reason to, and so
Yeah.
I'm sure something happened. Something will have to happen in my life where I feel like I need one, but I just don't.
Yeah, I agree with. I had a discussion with a guy about that. Like, he's like real like pro gun, and I'm like ambivalent. Like, it doesn't really matter for me, you know. And we were talking. I asked him, well, like, why do you want to own guns? He's like, well, what are you going to do if someone breaks into your house? I said, I'll call the cops. And he's like, oh, what if it's like 2 minutes before they show up? I'm like, I guess I'm willing to take that risk, you know. Like, I don't think that's that big a risk. Maybe we just have different risk profiles, you know.
Well, they definitely win in the what if category. But I think a better question would be, when's the last time you need it again? When have you ever needed it again?
Yeah.
That would be a good question.
Reed, don't make me pull up the stream. What did you have?
Queen and a flush draw.
That's a good way to put it, Eddie.
Thank you.
They will always win the what if game. I like that.
Except the what if, you know, someone in your house finds a gun and does something with it, right? That's
Yeah,
like,
I'll see your what if and raise you another what if. Yeah,
Yeah.
Which what if is more likely?
Yeah. Right.
exactly. You're more likely to use that gun on yourself or an accident happens than need it on a crook.
I had a really good conversation with somebody who was against guns because she was scared of them.
Mm.
And I asked her to imagine, you know, the person, her antithetical person.
Mm-hmm. Could she?
Yeah, who you know wanted guns because of fear, and I think the conversation went really well.
That's the excuse some people give for not taking vaccines or medicine because they're afraid of the shot. Fear.
Yeah, and then of course is fear a good way to come to truth? Yes, it definitely is.
Sometimes it is, right? Fears, like emotions are. It's like actually that same author Harari. He said in his view, emotions are like biochemical algorithms.
They're
Right.
definitely biochemical heuristics. I'm not sure I would call them algorithms. Like,
Yeah, it's a fair point.
something rustles in the bushes, you think, oh, it could be a tiger because
Right.
that keeps you safe. But
Biochemical heuristics. Is that
Yeah.
gut instinct?
It's basically like the way he painted the picture is like what Chucky was saying. Imagine you're on the savannah in the area that humans evolved for, right? And you're hunting someone or a lion or something, right? And you see a lion and you have to decide what to do, right? And so you have these emotional reactions like fear and should I just run? And maybe you feel courage, right? Courage is kind of like a way of dealing with a problem too. You know, you look big and maybe you try to do something. And his view was like your body's like taking in all this stimulus and it's coming up with like an emotional reaction to help you make the right behavior, right? Like maybe it's a small tiger, so maybe you don't feel that afraid.
A
'cause it's
small, a small tiger.
Well, yeah.
I like that. Just a little baby tiger.
I can take him. I got this.
Unless mom's around.
And I think people don't even realize that happens, but this still happens in daily life. Like you ever like
Nice job, Terry. Again.
You ever notice how like men naturally tend to size up other men, and women naturally try to like judge the attractiveness of other women? I think that's an evolved response for both.
I do know there's one crazy thing. They do eye tracking studies, and when men see other men, they look at their crotch first, and women don't look at the crotches of men. Isn't that strange?
What?
Yeah.
I don't do that.
I don't.
Look,
Yeah.
Here, I'll find the study.
I look at their ass first. The crotch. Who does that? Hey,
Yeah.
you
If
gotta
I
be-
do that, I'm not aware of it.
There's
Maybe
this
this makes a
trend.
girl, but I do definitely check out.
This reminds me of this trend on TikTok where people will put a phone in their back pocket and then walk through the Walmart or whatever, and then they upload the videos of all these people checking out their asses. Like, look at these pigs. But isn't that something we all do?
Yeah. I mean, if
That was
it's
pretty
worth
unfair
looking at, you know.
study.
So
Yeah.
the link that I sent says both men and women spend time looking at the head, but men also looked at the crotch.
I'll have to pay attention and see where I'm looking.
See who's checking you out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, if someone were wearing a bathing suit like that man is, I would look at his crotch. But like, if we're just talking about a normal guy dressed normally,
There's one below that with the baseball player. I mean, I think that's just maybe that's not the best link, but
okay.
obviously I can't speak from experience as I have never looked at the crotch of a man. But
I wonder if that's cultural.
Could be.
you bet high the first round.
Nice, Terry. Nice.
Better
She
be
hasn't
scared
won.
though, because she always has something.
She hasn't won yet.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Oh, shit!
Oh.
I wanted Terry to have like 4 of a kind.
I
know,
needed
thought
one more spade.
I thought she was slow playing, Doug.
That would have been bad. Yeah.
I was waiting for a club, Terry. Didn't get it.
I flopped 2 sets in a row there. The last hand where everybody folded, I had a set of 3s. This time I flopped a set of 4s.
Mm.
Doug, does your German Shepherd respond to German?
No, I was going to do that, but then I
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Does he respond to Shepherd?
I'd say she has a 20 to 30 word vocabulary.
Oh yeah.
Does he respond to a good boy?
Good girl. Yeah.
So what words can she say, Doug?
Yeah. She can't say much, but she can understand.
Mm.
Is the name Zeus or Apollo?
No, it's a female, so it's
Oh,
Nala after the Lion King.
Okay.
Named by one of your kids.
Wait, Nala? What was the character Nala in The Lion King?
That's Simba's love interest.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there's
Hey,
Diamond.
Diamond.
Hey, just waiting on your buy-in.
Yeah, it should be in here now.
Hello, Diamond.
Hello. Good to see everyone. Thanks for saving me a seat. That was thoughtful.
Sure.
Yeah, we kicked out 10 people. Keep those seats.
Well, it's a good thing you came when you did, because I did invite 2 more people that were interested in coming, so you got here before them.
That would
You
have been
just have to felt you first, Doug.
Every time I hear that, I understand that that's like a jargon term, but it sounds like vaguely sexual.
The only thing saving it is the tenants.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I bet all 3 of you have 6s.
Oh
Wow.
my god. Well, we can't all have 6s, can
Oh,
we?
shit. Oh, boy.
Now everyone's found out.
Oh man.
I think Anthony has a 6.
Mhm.
Why would I have checked if I did?
Because you're being sly.
Slow playing. Someone is slow playing. Come on.
We'll find out right now.
It's definitely low enough that it wants people to stay in, but
Should I call
Does
this?
that amount of clue?
Yeah, call it so I can save Anthony.
Anthony,
I wanna-
have you ever bluffed? Have you ever bluffed? Just be honest.
I think
What?
he has once.
Of course.
It was right after the flood. Hey, call so I can see if he has a 6. Oh,
What? Oh, no.
nice.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah,
6.
you had the queen.
Who had it?
Queen
Wow.
I had
high over
it.
my
Yeah.
jacks.
That's really bad.
Quaid
luck.
had it? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Could you see
Nice,
my card?
nice call, Matt. Nice call. Jesus Christ.
Damn it. I thought I had you beat.
I thought you had the 6.
I had a full house, but just one notch lower than you.
Yep.
Hmm.
I feel like you should get partial credit for that.
You should. A little bit.
I
Yeah.
can tell you're a teacher.
So many cards.
I think you did that perfunctorily, but
Who, me?
somebody's got something, yeah.
They're dropping like flies.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really don't understand that phrase. Flies never drop; they're hard. Like,
You
where
ever
did
seen,
that
like-
come from?
You're right.
They
You
just
ever
get
seen-
slower and slower.
Like, who
No,
sells
like-
hotcakes anymore? They don't sell like hotcakes.
Are you okay with Canary in the Coal Mine?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
And why do we park on a driveway and drive on a
Drive on a
parkway?
parkway. What about white water? The water's not white, it's clear.
Oh shit!
Yo,
Someone's got a
Aaron,
streak.
Aaron just beat. I forgot your
Just
name. We
in
played last
time.
week.
It's all you need is a 9 here.
Aaron snuck in under the gun.
If you guys would have come when I emailed you, or Colby, you would have made it in.
Oh, just missed it.
Oh,
Yes,
Colby,
missed
Colby, you're the one who took some of my money last week. I remember you.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's sitting out.
Look at all the calls.
Maybe my problem is that every time I play, I'm drinking, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Well, I'm drinking too, so, you know.
me 3.
Fuck. If Terry called, I'm screwed.
Oh, the other guy went away, huh? Oh, whoa. What?
Okay.
Damn.
Damn.
What the
I feel
hell
like
do you
you're
have,
just-
Doug?
You're just picking up all those bits, but
Bits.
yeah, you know,
I mean, 492, but not all in? I don't get it.
it was enough to knock out Terry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
I left my balls someplace else.
What?
I got it, Terry.
Thank you.
Hello, Aaron.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you guys never met?
I don't
Oh,
think so.
No, we've
Aaron.
met.
Oh, we met
Aaron
before?
is
He's not wearing glasses today. Normally he wears glasses.
he's usually on the Wednesdays Pine Creek poker night, but he's been
Okay.
here often as well.
It's okay. I
went to
just have a
set.
forgettable white face.
I've never noticed that it's the first time you've shown off your tattoo.
Yeah,
is that-
right.
Yeah.
Or did something crap on your arm?
We've seen the
No, it's not a
tattoo
crap.
before, but I don't
It's
know
not a
about
crap.
that
It
one.
is a tattoo.
Colby wisely left because it might be a
feel
while
like-
before he gets in.
Aaron, I feel like every time you're here, your camera is at a different place. Is that accurate?
I'm just a drifter, man. Just
Is
drifting
that right?
around.
Are you
Yeah,
couch
right
surfing?
now I'm on the patio overlooking
I
the
see.
mountains. It's pretty nice out here.
Nice.
So, Aaron, did you have your weekend trip yet?
Yeah, I did. Actually, it was last week, and I did it. It wasn't. I didn't see Jesus. I did see some breathing roots from the ground, and I got a really bad case of poison oak. Horrible.
Oh.
Oh,
What does poison oak do? Is it just a skin rash kind of thing or what?
Yes, very itchy.
Yeah.
It's very itchy.
Like, would you say it was worth it? Like,
For the poison oak, no, but
well,
like,
no. I mean, like, forget about the poison oak, but just like the experience.
the experience was interesting. I would probably do it again. Yeah.
Would you say that it's something that you couldn't
Nice.
communicate to other people? That you'd have to do it to know what it's like?
Not the level I'd had. No, I
Uh-huh.
could definitely communicate it clearly. Yeah, it was just there was just visual hallucinations, and there was a appearance of like fractal breaking at the at the end of like the tips of branches and like
Mm.
the ends of things.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's I don't think this is the same thing at all, but I remember when I got my first pair of glasses and I looked at trees and I was like, holy shit, trees have leaves. It was like this to be able to see the individual leaves on the tree was wild to me.
how did you take it? How did you ingest it?
I ground up. I measured out a very accurate amount. I think it was like 4 grams. Ground it up, and then I poured hot tea over it. So it was kind of like a sludgy, kind of like mushroom soup. It was kind of gross, but it wasn't that bad. Got to power through it.
How long was the experience?
I think a little bit too long for my liking.
Yeah.
I would have preferred something a little shorter, but it was like 4 hours of like not. It was like almost an incoherency.
Hmm.
Were
I
you
told
by
you.
yourself? Were you by yourself?
I was not. I was with somebody else.
And they were sober? They were.
No, we both slam
Okay.
dunked. Yeah, the same
Okay.
dose.
And how was their experience?
Very similar. We're about the same size and weight, so like we responded, and we had the same dose, so we responded very similarly.
Is it like that? Is it like grams per 10 kilograms or 10? There's like a ratio you have to keep.
There is a suggested amount that will get you the effects you want, for the most part, when it comes to like a weight to grams ratio. Yeah, like body weight to grams ratio. Yep.
Holy crap! I won that.
Yeah, if I didn't get the poison oak, it would be a 8.7 out of 10 experience.
Hmm.
Tired.
Are you?
Yeah. Wiped out.
I'm still waiting for those videos you were talking about uploading soon, Anthony. I haven't seen them yet.
I'm going to show some clips during my talk to the SSA on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Zoom ones with the woman? The older
Yeah,
woman?
you said the Catholic. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking I'm going to go through them probably on Monday. Because I need to timestamp them anyways for the videos. So,
Mhm.
so I think I'll go through them and pull little clips and then put them into my talk. Because there's a lot of interesting moments where she's resistant.
Mm.
She's accusatory.
Oh.
She reveals the hardship losing the belief would be. So we talk a little bit about that. Like there's some really interesting moments that I think would be good for that talk.
Nice one.
Accusatory.
Nice job,
That's
Dave.
interesting.
You know what she was accusatory to? She was entertaining Doug's flying man thought experiment.
Yeah.
Until we got about three, I don't know what you call them, 3 iterations in.
Yeah, 3 pieces of evidence.
She's like, well, wait a second, but you can't produce this book. And I was like, oh, so, okay, interesting. You were fine with the thought experiment up until a certain point. What happened? So we started talking about her resistance. It was really cool.
Hey, that is interesting. Maybe, a person might notice like their natural defenses, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was actually thinking of either linking out to the video where Doug does the flying man experiment with a father-son who call in. That's the clip that I show her. I take 10 minutes of that talk and I sent her a video of it.
Mm.
And I'm not sure if I should embed, with Doug's permission, that talk right in the middle of my discussion with her or just link out to it.
Mm.
You can do whatever you want, Anthony.
We spent quite a bit of time talking about it. So I thought this might be one of those situations where I want to incorporate it in the video.
There was I haven't heard the father-son one. Oh, is that Stuart Connectal?
No. It's a boy that calls, a young guy that calls, and then his dad grabs the phone, I think. Or they were on the phone at some point, and then he like grabs the phone out of his son's hand.
Like, oh shit.
And he was a pastor, right? Yeah. I think the dad was a preacher or a pastor.
If someone has a link to that, I'd like to watch that video. I never saw that one.
Yeah, Anthony asked me to find it, and I couldn't find it, but you found it? What was the name of the video? Do you remember?
I've got a link on my channel to an unlisted version of it. It's just the 10 minutes, but where did I get that from?
I can look it up. I think you sent me where it was.
Oh yeah, you were going to add a tag father-son to it, so maybe if you did it or not.
Yeah, I think I did.
Oh, it's probably in my Facebook Messenger message to you.
Yeah, Matt, see if it works. Type in Pine Creek father and son. See if it comes up.
Okay.
See if my tags work.
I wonder what will come up if you do that search.
Pine Creek, father and son.
Anything come up?
Is it one word or what? Father,
No,
Do a search on YouTube.
Something comes up on Pornhub. This is weird.
you get "You're Not God's Child," female Calvinist call-in. Is that the one?
yeah, that's probably it. And then if you check the timestamps, I think you might get more. You can find it.
I've got it on my channel.
June 8th, 2021. Oh.
Quaid, how you doing? Are you killing it, Quaid? Diamond, I'm glad to see you guys. Really am. Matt, pleasure.
Are you having a good fucking evening?
I'm having a great time.
You're still in New Mexico, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm still here. We went to the Carlsbad Caverns this past couple days. That was a rad tour. I mean, that was so incredible. I mean, if you're talking about like the stuff that's under your feet, it was really interesting. The kids loved it.
Did you get claustrophobic or whatever?
There was zero claustrophobia.
It's all lit up in there. Do they
It's
turn the
all
lights
lit up.
off? There's one
I
here in
wish they
Texas.
would have.
Yeah,
That would be
you
cool.
can go down this caverns and then they have you all sit and then they warn you that they're turning the lights off and they turn the lights off.
Yeah.
So
And you put your hand right in front of your face and you can't see it.
Can't see it.
Kids loved it. They were running all around. It's pretty well maintained. There's like handles and like clearly defined paths. Some asshole ranger threatened because he had to stop them. They were up maybe 2 or 3 minutes ahead of us. He stopped them and like threatened to detain the kids if we didn't stick close to us. Thought it was ridiculous.
How does Carlsbad Caverns compare to like Mammoth Cave? I've been to Mammoth Cave. Maybe you've never been.
I've never been there, but Carlsbad Caverns it's a natural wonder of the world. It really is. It's pretty awesome. Diamond hanging tough on 79 with 0 wins. That's got to be disappointing.
I lost half of it. I had a king flush, and Quaid had an ace flush, so I don't feel too bad.
Oh, that's funny, Don. I had a 3 flush.
I figured one of you had a low,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure if the ace was out there.
Yeah, that's rough. I was thinking, like,
You needed
when would
that
it make
7 at
sense
the
to
end.
fold? Like, would it ever make sense to fold a flush? I mean,
Yeah,
you'd have
definitely.
to believe
Oh,
that they
yeah.
had the flush.
Absolutely. There's always a case. Unless you have the nut hand, there's always a
a
case.
low flush.
But what would it require for you to believe that they had a flush?
Full.
Well, they
A
could have a
large
better
bet.
flush.
They could have a full house.
Or they could have a full
Yeah,
house.
if there's 4 cards out and you have a low flush, and there's a lot of people still in, I would
Yeah.
fold.
Yeah, I would too.
Wow. Wait, a full house beats a flush? I need to look these up.
Yes.
Full house beats flush, yes. That's another thing is if there's a pair on the board, right? That can be a problem.
Because you think they might have a pair.
Someone might
If
have
there's a
pocket
pair on the
pair.
board, someone could have a full house.
Yeah.
I don't see where in this video, which one's the conversation with that father-son duo?
I sent you the link in that thing.
Oh, you did? Oh,
It's in the chat.
I missed it. Sorry.
But that's my 10-minute clip from Doug's longer talk with him. I didn't want to send her the link to your video with all the comments, and I think
Yeah.
even I had a comment on there. So I'm like, let me just pull a 10-minute clip of it, and then I put that on my channel and sent the link to her. She ended up watching it twice. I actually think it was pretty effective in helping her think about how she was thinking about things. But it was interesting. Her resistance to it was well, you can't produce the book, therefore I'm no longer going to entertain it. So I was anticipating that. So I suggested, what if we started writing the book today based on a call that we got from Doug? If, let's say, Doug called me last week and said his grandfather did this the week prior.
Yeah.
And then we started building out this book using all the same things that you're currently saying. Do you think a culture 2,000 years ago would be justified in thinking that it's true?
Right.
And then she's like, well, no, but I need to see the evidence of him flying. It only happened last week, right? So like, where's a picture? Where's a video? So
yeah, right.
It's like, that's a great point.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Evidence would be really nice here, wouldn't it?
Well, I often say that it happened about 1,000 years ago, or 2,000.
Yeah, I went great, and then we started shortening to Doug's ancestor just to keep it brief.
Yeah. But I don't know, how many years ago would 8 greats be?
Well,
200.
Oh, we split it.
More than 200.
It could be 250.
No,
I just feel like just take
it has to
20,
be more.
8 times
Generations?
20, right?
I mean, these days on average, probably it's 30 years a generation, right? That's when people are having
Because
kids.
my great grandfather, I think, was born in the 1800s. So if
Well,
you put
I mean-
9 greats in there,
You're about 100 though, Doc, right?
see, if my grandfather was still alive, he'd be probably 110, and his dad would be about 140. Yeah, we're into the 1800s.
My grandparents were both born in the 1900s. My great-grandparents were born in the 1800s.
So 3 generations per 100 years, roughly? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's 33 years, say. Yeah.
Yeah, usually they say generations 40 years.
I feel like, yeah, I don't know.
2.5.
People
Yeah,
used
so
to have
it
kids
could
at
be
20.
between 250 to 300 years for. Yeah.
Maybe we just shouldn't use the word generations when we are trying to be more specific.
Another way to handle that kind of situation where they reject the premise, like you don't have the book, it never really works. But like what about the Mormons, right? They have a book from the 1800s. It's pretty recent.
Actually, I ended up well, it's not just a book. The Old Testament is a collection of stories, or a collection of books, by the way.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you use the right terminology.
Yeah.
So like, I think she sent me this book, right?
The Catholic Bible, Catholic Teen Bible. Okay, is that like the anime version or the manga?
This was my collection. This was my collection of books for Doug's Flying Man story. It's called the Avion, by the way.
Avion.
It's my collection of books right here.
Okay.
So, but I think that was the point where she was like, "But you can't demonstrate that it's in the book." So we started going towards the future with the thought experiment.
Yeah, basically start to reject the premise of the thought experiment when it gets hairy. Yes.
Yeah, it was really cool how we sort of reset it after her resistance. Damn.
I still like that conversation.
I gotta see it, Chucky. I gotta see it.
Oh yeah, I want to see it too. All in. Oh, you're gonna run it twice? Oh, he's got 4 threes.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Wow.
Well deserved.
Thanks, Tom.
Nice hand.
Good
Yeah.
win.
See, Chucky, that's how you win. You just get 4 of a kind.
Yeah,
No, it's so easy.
it's not that hard.
It went almost
So
every
easy.
time.
You just have to have a good hand, and then someone else has to have a good hand,
All
but
right.
not as good.
All right, I'm going to take your advice, Doug. I'm going to do it again, okay?
Okay.
So he has a
I'm gonna
pair.
go
Who's the
cry in a
dealer? Who's the
corner.
dealer?
Yes, you'll feel better.
No.
Matt, you need to give me a bunch of the same card.
That's right, I'm dealing. Okay, it's my responsibility. I'll listen to that one. I still like that conversation that you did, Doug, a while back, that you guys reviewed with the guy that it seemed like you took him far enough in the thought experiment. It seemed like he's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't believe in the resurrection.
Oh, Canadian Catholic?
No. It was another guy. He didn't show his face, but like he said, "Oh, okay, well, we'll send you I'm an atheist T-shirt from the Home Office."
A call to action.
11.
Did you guys see the debate Matt Dillahunty had recently?
No.
Was it
No, I
yesterday?
heard people talking about it. I want to see it. I guess the
Yeah, I watched
really,
it.
Oh yeah, that guy was so frustrating.
insincere, or-
Oh,
Who is his opponent?
He's a Roman Catholic, but he is a neurosurgeon.
Okay.
T-Jump, I think, did the same interview, or tried to
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, you're right. And I just hate it when they say stuff like, well, you don't know, who's the early church fathers that they always quote?
Aquinas.
You don't know
Yeah.
Aquinas' first way? Repeat it back to me.
argument by embarrassment or something? Like, what's he trying to? He's trying to
Blah,
embarrass
blah,
Matt
blah.
because Matt couldn't repeat back the story.
This is what we call God.
Yeah. Basically, if you don't understand and if you haven't read for 40 hours
Right.
all the things that,
Yeah.
then you don't have any reason to say that you're not convinced that God exists.
There's a guy who we talk with on Discord a lot who he's Catholic. And he's kind of interesting. He's pretty good at street epistemology, but like you talk about Catholic stuff with him, and it's like he basically defers everything to the theologians.
Yeah.
It's all they're the ones who figure out, what's true and what's not. I just rely on their interpretations, right?
Well, that's how the church is. That's how the church itself is structured. I mean, it's all about.
Yeah, right. So I guess it fits. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious how he's going to react to this series of videos if he watches them that I have with this lady.
How old is she, do you think?
At 77.
Wow.
And
Oh, that's
she's a member of Mensa.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, she told you that?
Oh yeah.
That's a
At
red
every
flag.
Every opportunity for my entire life. Yeah. Which really puts an interesting wrinkle in it, because I think she thinks, and she very well may be, very intelligent. But I think that perception of herself is getting in the way of her critical thinking.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really interesting to see this series.
People can be as smart as they want. Everyone can make the same errors in thinking. Like, no one's immune to it, in my view.
Hey, there's Colby. Come on in. Take a seat.
Yeah.
If you guys got a spot for me.
There should be one open.
Oh, I paid.
Yeah, there's a spot open.
Welcome.
Very nice.
Just got it.
Quade, Terry, good luck.
No, you don't. I don't think I've met before. I did meet Aaron before.
Oh my gosh, Anthony, good luck.
What? Hell yeah, I'm in.
Oh, that's it.
I have a friend in here in LA who's also a psychotherapist. A therapist. So if you're going to have more chats about that, he'd probably like to join. He joined me today out at the park.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the two guys couldn't make the discussion about psychotherapy and SE. So I was either thinking of rescheduling it with the same guy that was there today and the other guy that couldn't make it. But maybe we could invite your friend too.
Yeah.
So,
I'll
Colby,
watch
how
the
often
recording.
do you hear Colby?
Did you watch that discussion?
Not yet.
Not often enough.
Good.
Oh yeah.
What discussion was good, Anthony?
We're putting together a module on what is street epistemology, and we're comparing SE to other approaches.
Yeah.
Cognitive behavioral therapy or psychotherapy, and
Yeah.
deep canvassing, the Socratic method, debate. What was the other one, Quaid? Do you remember? I thought there was like 5.
Motivational interviewing, maybe.
Well, we're rolling that up on the
Yeah.
CBT or psychotherapy techniques.
Okay.
They talk about REBT, I think. Was one
Well,
of
we
them.
talked about REBT a little bit today.
What is that? REBT.
It's
Okay.
rational. Yeah. Something. Rational emotive behavioral therapy.
Hmm.
I think is what it was. Is that what it was?
I think so. So it's a way of engaging with somebody where you verify that the behaviors that they're accounting for are based on beliefs that are true. It's sort of backwards of SE. Like it's starting with behaviors and then identifying beliefs and then seeing if their beliefs are justified. I think that's what's going on in REBT.
Well, that's really interesting.
Yeah, it really is. Because it seems like in SE, we're interested in beliefs more than behaviors. And in psychotherapy, it's more about behaviors.
Yeah.
And then they don't spend a lot of time Here's the interesting thing, is that it seems like in psychotherapy, they're more intent on addressing behaviors and finding ways that aren't necessarily true to cope. Which is like, wait a second.
That's where religion is.
Yeah, but there are professionals out there who are engaging with people to figure out what they can identify that would be beneficial to them, regardless if it's true or not.
Yeah, like give them a Bible.
Yeah. Oh well, there are theistic therapists who would do that.
Yeah, like if you're having trouble with death or like having trouble with forgiveness. I mean, there are some themes in the Bible that I think could apply to changing behavior.
For sure. We talked about like prayer. So if you think praying to your God is going to calm you down, then a therapist wouldn't likely dissuade you from doing that or challenge you about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were spending like 10 hours a day praying, and it was like you're losing your job and all this other stuff, then they might engage with you about why you're praying so much.
Yeah, it's all about what's healthy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm out. Damn.
Why did you call that?
You guys are distracting Anthony. You can't think.
I'm not even paying attention.
I'm very confused.
Let's just discuss this behavior that just occurred.
We need to do an intervention on Anthony.
Yeah.
Who got Anthony's money?
Y'all
Reed.
Oh, Reed. Okay.
Oh, it's my turn. Hold up. What am I gonna do here? Y'all raise that gum.
I think I'm going to drop off since I'm getting a little tired here. That was fun, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. See you, Anthony.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye.
There goes the money train.
Could you rank the best honey pots, Doug?
Oh, Anthony will always be my honeypot.
I've been up there the last couple of rounds.
Colby, are you doing a water bottle tossing competition right now or something?
I'm not actually. I think I am preparing some chicken, so that might be what you're hearing. I don't know.
Are you in the kitchen?
I am in the kitchen.
Oh shit!
I haven't eaten since 2 o'clock. So that beeping, I'm just gonna mute myself. But that beeping was
that would be the best.
microwave.
Thank you all for providing this entertainment.
You're welcome. If I could high five you right now, I would.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't think I have it.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Did you also have a straight grade? Or you were thinking he was bluffing?
If that fifth card would have been a queen, we would have split that, Doug. That's what I was hoping for.
I'm assuming one of you guys had a set, one of you had a lower straight. I was just praying for the board not to the God I don't believe in, for the board not to pair.
Like a draw on the top pair.
Okay, Matt, now if you could do Pine Creek father and son, it should come up.
Okay.
And you can go ampersand for and.
Oh,
Ampersand?
ampersand. Okay, yeah.
Is that the right name for it?
Yeah.
Shift 7.
So that's the video. You're not God's child, female Calvinist. Call in.
Nice job, Aaron.
No, it's called, what is it called? It has a long name. Greg Kokel, William Lane Craig, Shelley Kagan, father and son.
It still doesn't show up for me.
I had to turn my video off for that one, Reed, so you couldn't see my facial reactions.
I feel like that's cheating.
You know, it's weird. I always say this is just a family, or no, yeah, a home game. But there's over $500 on the table right now.
That's true.
It's a big family.
Oh yeah, it's like a extended family.
So I can't remember what his name was, Doug, but I watched you have these conversations with this guy a couple of years ago, and he was maybe like a small time preacher or something, and I saw him a couple of months ago on the news, and now he's like some big shot, anti-vax. Crazy
Yeah, I know exactly. He was on Fox News too. What's his name?
Yeah.
Greg.
But yeah, he was like
Greg
in
Locke?
trouble with the law.
Greg
yeah,
Locke.
That's it.
How's he in trouble with the law?
And those conversations were so interesting, and it was like, well, I guess Doug didn't get to him. didn't get through to him. It was disappointing to see how far out he was.
I think I did that interview on Fire Talk. You remember that, Reed? That platform, Fire Talk?
Yeah. Was that
That's a
one of
long
those?
time ago.
Lab intermediary.
You had to buy seats or tickets in order to get in.
Yeah.
Or reserve tickets. I wonder if that platform's still going.
I doubt it.
Oh, Nathan's watching from the UK.
Oh really?
really?
Isn't it kind of late?
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. I'm watching one of my videos, and he commented. Never mind.
What was the title of the video, Doug?
The title of the video is Greg Kokel, William Lane Craig, Shelley Kagan. It's a long, stupid title.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I'm pretty big in that one, like physically sized, wearing a black shirt. And then if you go,
Son, yeah, okay.
yeah, that's it. So yeah, it was fun. I started talking to the son, and all of a sudden the dad comes in, had to bail his son out.
Leave it to me, son. I'm a professional.
Yeah. He was a professional. He's a pastor.
Yeah, right.
I put the video I was talking about in chat. It's Doug with very blonde hair and dark facial hair. It's quite a throwback.
Let's see. Oh yeah,
Doug's
that
an
one.
Aquarium, apparently.
Yeah, I used to always have an aquarium background.
But,
actually, interesting enough, this video here is the one that outed me as an atheist to my dad.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay. What, he watched that?
Yeah, he watched this one, and in this video, I just come out and say it right at the beginning.
Huh.
That I was an atheist.
How did that? What did that turn into? Discussion or?
No, it was silence. Eerie silence.
Yeah.
And uncomfortableness.
Yeah.
It was a good conversation.
I had a get together yesterday with some of my old friends from college and whatnot, and one of my friends, like, I had never really talked with him seriously, like, about things in a long time, maybe in like 20 years, but he mentioned offhand, because he used to be what was it, Methodist, like that's the religion he was raised in or whatever, but he just mentioned offhand, now I'm an atheist. I'm like, oh, interesting. Didn't ask him anymore, but
That's it's funny. I went through some sort of similar where I set up time to talk to somebody who I had remembered as being very Christian, who was very Christian in college. And we were going to do an SE conversation. And I was assuming he was going to come with a claim that he was a Christian. And he's like, no, I don't believe in any of that. and I'm like, wow, it really threw me for a loop to try to push back on.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because we used to have so many conversations in college about him being religious.
What did it for him?
I was going to say he was surprisingly Methodist as well. What did it for him? I'm not sure. I think it's one of those things where it sat on the back burner for a long time, and he just eventually just got to it. I don't know. Nothing in particular.
Should have done a nice little thin value bet there, Aaron.
Well, I didn't think I had him beat. I was scared.
You scared he had a set or what?
Yeah.
He did.
Is this being streamed?
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, this is streamed on Cordial.
Cordial. Okay, yeah.
Do you say cordial or cordial?
Cordial, whatever.
No one says cordial.
I guess people from Tuscaloosa say
Tuscaloosa, dude.
I forgot. Did I mention it the other day?
You said something about Alabama, but you said the dude sounds like he's from Alabama.
Yeah,
The
I think I
British
forgot the
guy.
name of it.
That's okay. We
That
ended
guy-
up losing, but by 2. It was a really close game. We were expected to get beat by like 14-15, and we ended up fighting till the very end and being really close. So we're pretty happy with that. Something to build off of.
There was a guy who called into your show, Doug, and he was British. You asked him, "Are you from Alabama or somewhere?" And he did a pretty good Alabama accent. I thought
He did.
He did.
Yeah, I'm like,
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was really funny.
Yeah, he's a Muslim gentleman, right?
He is a Muslim gentleman. From Thought Adventures or whatever.
Yeah.
Something.
Which it surprised me hearing a Muslim with a sense of humor. You don't find that very often.
Nice, Matt. Nice job.
How many Muslims do you actually know, Doug?
A lot.
Like, okay, but online doesn't count. Like,
No.
counts.
In real life, a lot.
Okay, cool.
Huh.
Yeah.
And none of them have senses of humor.
No.
That's really funny.
Not to say they're bad guys or anything. I'm
yeah,
just
of
saying
course. I don't have a sense of humor. I'm a pretty good guy.
I got a question about some of the doozers you've had on your show, Doug.
what's that word mean?
Like some doozies.
Oh,
So the Russian guy
that guy was hilarious.
is he on the ban list now? Or are you
No.
gonna keep him? Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
he
keeping him.
was-
He's great entertaining.
Yeah. He's great.
He's entertaining, and
great
he's also
entertaining.
really direct. He answers the questions straight up.
I'll let you guys know. You guys don't know this, but behind the scenes, 80% of his stuff that he types goes straight to my spam box, and I release all of it. Like I see his name, I know. Go, yes, you got free reign on my channel.
That's so funny. How long is your block list?
It's it's huge.
Huge.
I would say 300.
What
Oh,
people
wow.
do that make you block them?
Say that again, Chucky.
What do people do that make you block them?
And
If a lot of them spam links
The hell do you
to
have?
other websites,
That's fair.
and so basically
luck,
they
Tom.
want free advertising on my channel. I really hate that.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about belief? Like, are there people who say things, not spam?
Oh no!
People who don't participate?
Oh, you have an
I
out.
was afraid of that.
Oh, did you run twice?
No.
Flush.
I got
Look at
those
that.
diamonds.
Oh god damn it! Oh fuck! Oh,
You didn't
I
notice
just
that?
saw it. I'm like, oh, an ace! Wow.
Yeah.
No, damn it.
He said the wrong suit. Of course, they had to be a diamond for
Dude,
diamond.
you didn't want
Of
an ace
course.
there. It
I had to go all in on
It had
that.
a 50% chance of being a diamond. You did not want an ace there, and you hit it.
That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Well, shit.
That was
But
fun.
Chucky, sometimes it's real tough because, like, sometimes people just come out and swear and just really attack other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I ban those people or at least delete them. But sometimes it's on the edge and you don't know if it's playful or not. So, and the thing is, I have so much spam that YouTube it doesn't force me, but has me go through that I just have to make instant decisions.
Mm.
So I know there's probably at least 10% of the people I've blocked that shouldn't be blocked, but it's just pragmatically you can't. And if they really do want to be unblocked, they can email me and I will. And people have done that, and I've unblocked I think every single person who's asked.
I don't think it's block worthy, but what annoys me is when like you're having a good conversation with somebody and there's people in chat who are like, wow, this idiot. They're just like, dude, he's like legitimately telling you what he thinks and being honest with these answers. Like, leave him alone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No good.
I was just gonna say, I think that's what gets under my skin the most is when someone's like, yeah, let's have a conversation, and then they just aren't genuine.
It's not, yeah, right.
You ask them a question that they know the answer is yes, and they go, sorry. All right, sorry, Colby.
No, you're good. My page just rose up. If I were to post my LinkedIn link on your comments, would that get me banned?
It would automatically go into spam, like YouTube automatically.
Really? Oh, that's cool. What if I put it in a super chat?
Are you looking for a
Then it
job,
wouldn't.
Colby?
It wouldn't
So it's
work.
just for comments?
Interesting.
No, it would work.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Trying to get hired.
Yeah, I gotta start putting that resume around.
What's your background in, or like what kind of work are you looking for?
I was mainly joking. I probably wouldn't put it there, but
no, I know, but like,
no, I do digital marketing work. So I work part time, and I'm a student at University of Florida.
Oh, you're close to Terry.
Yeah.
Go Gators.
Go Gators. That's right.
Oh, that's now I understand.
What city is University of Florida in?
They're in like
Gainesville.
Gainesville, yeah, like 2 hours north of Orlando.
Okay.
So it's a good spot to be.
Now I
Nice
understand
weather.
the gator. That's your avatar there.
Yes. Gotta represent.
No, you would have got your 2 per there, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Colby, I used to live in Tallahassee for
Ooh.
several years.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There you go, Doug.
It's not that different from Gainesville, to be fair.
I actually have my sister goes there actually to FSU, and we make fun of her for it, but
Yeah. House divided.
House divided, yeah. Actually, my parents both went to UF, so not so divided. But no, we love my sister.
Are you close to graduating, Colby, or are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty close. I still have a year or two left. It depends on. They have very accessible grad school programs that you can do like combined degrees with. So I might end up doing a combined degree and taking 5 years,
Yeah.
getting a master's.
Would they pay for your grad program, or is that gonna
Yeah.
be like?
So
okay.
I think I would get my like an undergraduate rate or something like that. School in Florida is super cheap, like unreasonably, like ridiculously cheap.
In-state tuition, you mean?
Yeah, even our out-of-state tuition. Like if you live in Virginia and you choose between coming here at UF and going to like a Virginia Tech, a UVA, even maybe a VCU, you're gonna pay more money to stay in state than to come down here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Come on down.
Come on down. No, that's Alabama. We don't talk like that. We're a bunch of Northerners.
Alabama. Well, Florida has so many snowbirds from the north, right? A lot of people from where I live go down there for the winter.
Yep. And then they don't go back. They just stay.
I grew up in North Carolina, and we don't consider Floridans to be Southern.
That's about right.
Yeah. Floridians, I suppose.
Well, I'm from California, and anybody not from California is Southern.
I'll tell that to all my Massachusetts friends.
Just Doug, huh?
Oh, nice.
Nice call.
It's just Doug. You can call him.
Sometimes I have it. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
Flip a coin. Make a decision.
What was that commercial? Sometimes I feel like a
nut.
Nut. Sometimes I don't.
Mounds don't have nuts.
Oh my God, that reminds me. Do you guys remember that radio commercial for corn nuts? Bust a nut?
No.
God, should look that shit up. Throwback. I can't believe they aired that shit.
What do you guys think of my opinion that one ought not debate the existence of God?
I think it's really good.
Are you hinging on the word debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I have a ton of Christian friends in ministry, and there's a lot of ministries like I was really active in, and I've told that to them, like, and they've agreed with me. They're like, yeah, like actually debating the existence for God isn't really necessary. I thought that was interesting. Like, I was like, oh, huh.
I think there's people who are on the fence who are helped by debates, but that's about it. By watching debates, I should say.
But now, what do you think of the second opinion? That by debating specific theism, you can get one to doubt the existence of God, more so than debating the existence of God directly.
I
Way
think
more
that's
effective.
true.
Way
I
more
think that's
effective.
true. Yeah. Because like, if you believe in a specific religion and then you lose that belief, like you're not, for the most part, you're not going to another religion. You know, like once you kind of see how it works.
It's a.
The data's in on that.
It's not an equilibrium point. I feel like once you start sliding, you just keep sliding. A lot of people.
Diamond, what's with the Mennonite rays?
You got to keep things random, right?
Like Colby's not a Mennonite. He knows how to play poker. But what you did there is no excuse.
I don't know how to play poker. You're wrong.
Did you learn that from Matt?
Yes, he learned it from me. I learned it by watching you, Dad.
That's why I'm sitting next to him.
Oh, he folded the Mennonite rays. Oh, that's funny.
Oh no, you raised 15. I followed your raise.
No, Diamond.
Oh, Diamond did.
I unfolded his Mennonite race.
Mennonites sound like one of those ancient peoples in the Middle East that the Canaanites slaughtered or the Israelites slaughtered.
Did you hear me on my last
Doug
live stream?
Doug put that, yeah.
I put that right in next to the Canaanites and the Amalekites, the Mennonites.
How old are the Mennonites? Where do they go back to?
Depends when they were born. No, they go back to a guy named Menno Simons. That's where the name comes from. Just
you're
after the
15,
Reformation.
Kick me out of that, but I would have had a full house.
So we're talking.
It's why you bet. It's why you bet.
So he's like a generation after Martin Luther.
Yeah.
Kind of guy. Okay.
Yeah.
That's older than I would have guessed.
Are you sure it wasn't Mennonitis? Founded it?
Meningitis.
It's like what, Ananias and Persephora or whatever. Sephora, is that her name?
Sapphira.
Sapphira.
Aeneas.
That's what it is.
Aeneas.
Yes. Aeneas was a wee little man.
Yes.
That's Zacchaeus.
I know.
Zacchaeus, yeah.
Arma virum quaecano, the sing of arms in the man.
I was just testing your New Testament learnedness.
Your felt board storyboard.
Colby, it's pronounced learned.
Oh, learnt. Your New Testament learnt.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Diamond, you should buy a coat that's like thick grass, and then you could call yourself Diamond in the Rough.
I've heard a lot better.
Wah, wah.
You could also grow like a really bushy beard, and you could call yourself Diamond in the Scruff.
Oh boy.
See, that was better.
How did you get the name Diamond?
I was born that way.
His card
On your birth certificate, it says Diamond?
Yes,
That's his last name.
correct.
What's your first name?
Brendan.
Yeah, stick with Diamond.
I like it better.
That was going to be his answer, anyways.
I thought he was gonna say he.
Whatever your name
Lot of
was.
pressure.
No, Brendan's a good name. Reminds me of that comedian, Brendan, or actor Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Or you can have a background of a sky, and you can just say
That's
you're a diamond in the sky with that annoying song.
You're thinking of Lucy?
No, it's a popular song, "Diamond in the Sky."
Lucy in the sky with diamond.
Oh, maybe that is. Yeah. Like, all I know is it's annoying.
Wow.
Beatles are annoying.
Yellow Submarine is pretty annoying.
Well, let's face it, the Beatles really couldn't sing.
Oh my
Am
God.
I right or am I right?
They could write.
No, I
They
would.
could write. They could song right.
No, they could sing. I don't know what.
Well,
the
yes, they can. Anybody here
okay.
can sing, but
Yeah.
No, it's not like they were okay. They were really good, especially like.
Good enough.
they had a unique style and they could write their pants off.
Yeah, I feel like George
Paul
Harrison's
McCartney
like
was a really good singer. Like, watch him when he performs like "Hey Jude" way back in like when he wrote it in the '60s or whatever, like live on a show. Like, he's got an awesome voice.
Well, but he's a better
we-
writer than singer.
Yeah,
Can we agree on
well,
that?
yeah, okay, maybe. But he's still a damn good singer, I think. He's not like the best there was, but
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's better than you.
well, yes.
Prove him wrong, Matt. Prove him wrong. Sing us something right now.
In the key of C, please.
Oh, actually, I could. Let's see.
You got
Yeah.
perfect pitch.
I play the piano, so I know my notes.
Zacchaeus C.
Zacchaeus C.
G-F-E-T-C. There you go. That's pretty
Yes.
close. I bet you if I went to a piano, that would be right.
I bet you'd be way off.
No.
$100.
If I'm off, I'm
no,
off.
No,
by
I
a
think
It
semicolon.
wasn't
he's
off.
right.
No, I agree.
I'll be right back.
$100. That's 1,000 chips.
Wait, I have a tone generator on my phone.
Yeah. The problem is this has been recorded, so we can actually go back.
We can verify.
Yeah, I think Aaron, what you need to do is make him bet
Wait.
retroactively the
Hold-
notes
Doug.
that he's saying 5
Doug,
seconds
sing
ago.
again. Sing again.
Is your guitar in tune?
Close enough.
Oh,
Play
hang on,
C.
he's away from it.
C. Hold up. Well, that's not
Running out of
helping.
breath. Come on, let me hear it. I can't hear it. C.
I was bang on. I hit it perfectly, not a semitone off.
No, your guitar is a little bit. That's
It's all
not
I went to my wife's electronic keyboard.
Yeah.
And remember, I said C just before I left,
Yes.
and it was bang on to a
I
C.
agreed with you that you were in key. I know, but
I never
Colby's
thought I had
guitar is
perfect
a little
pitch, but maybe I do.
Top
My
talent.
guitar.
Top talent.
Wait, hold on. I got a trumpet. That might be better.
Holy shit!
You can tune a fish, but you can't tune a trumpet.
No, you can tune a trumpet. You can.
Okay, play a note on your trumpet, and I'll tell you.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you the
I gotta
note.
see.
Yeah,
I
I can
gotta
do that.
see. Oh, just any note.
Well, if it's a piano, I can do it. I can't always do it with other instruments.
So if you tell me the concert pitch, I can transpose.
Well,
I'll put
A440 is.
Oh, you're uptacked. Okay.
I'll put a mute in too, so I don't get noise complaints.
Wait,
All right. What's this
Eddie,
pitch?
Somebody raised.
C.
No,
No, it's not C.
no, it's not C. That's a.
C or G
That's an F. No, that's not an F.
It's an
An
E. It's
an
an
F.
E.
would be 1.
It's either an E or an F.
Yeah, I agree.
What's your final guess? What's your final guess?
Okay, hang on.
F.
Play it again. That's a different octave than you originally played,
Yeah,
right?
It was. I can also give you.
Same note.
Okay, go back down.
Stalling.
That's an F. It's an F. That's the same note that Rhapsody in Blue starts with, and I'm playing that.
Yeah, it's either E or F. I want to.
It's an F. It's an F.
Yeah.
That was good. All right, now let's make it
all
hard.
get instruments and.
Okay, last
have a
one because we don't want to do this all
concert.
night.
I know.
Just got an
Okay,
accordion.
you go one more shot. You go one more shot.
Short skirt, long jacket.
That's B natural, I believe.
You're wrong. It on a trumpet it is a B natural, but transposed it would be a concert. Wait, sorry.
A?
Concert A.
A, yeah, A, concert A.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my guess, but you didn't let me guess.
No, sorry.
oh, I'm sure it was, Doug. I'm sure it was.
Honest.
True story.
Now you did that exercise though on the piano, and I'm telling you I can get every note because I know the sounds, but it's a little bit different with different instruments.
It is. It's a different timbre.
Yeah.
You still awake, Quaid? Oh, you're muted.
Barely.
Quaid needs those that equation filter that Reed had, where the equations go behind the head. I love that.
Trying to schedule for the week. So that's the look of confusion because I'm like, what am I doing with my life?
Can't you see this is the land of confusion? Genesis is coming to my area later this year. I thought.
What about Leviticus?
No, Genesis. After he left the band, he formed a band called Exodus. That was my joke.
Was that Phil Collins or?
Yeah, Phil Collins is coming. I think one of the guys died.
Yeah, there you go, Reed.
And he doesn't play the drums anymore because he's like too old, so he just sings. But
Oh,
still
shit.
is.
Oh shit!
Wow.
That was the one hand I was scared of, and you had it.
Wow, nice job, Don.
Yes.
Oh,
That
wow.
felt good.
Yeah,
put a pin
especially
off,
on
too.
Doug. Yeah.
That was a good river. That was a good
That's
river.
worth the price of entry right there.
I was playing quiet the whole time for him.
I was trying to milk you like a cat.
I know. I mean, I had 3 of a kind on a flop.
And we all know how to milk cats.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Freaking
You were
out, Reed.
ahead on the
Oh,
flop,
yeah, Reed.
but I then took the lead on the turn because I had a straight, and then you.
Reed, you look like
Please
me.
Please stop. Please stop. It's so terrible. It's so.
Oh, that filter.
So bad.
What's bad? Oh, that.
I think everybody should have to use that filter all the time. That's what I think. Everybody was just babies. I bet you we get along a lot better.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if the like internet discussions, if you had to have a picture of your face or you had to have your name up, how would that change things? I feel like so much of it is just the anonymity makes people into dicks.
Yeah, definitely part of it.
Like how many people talk like that on their company, Slack?
I talk exact same on my company Slack as I do everywhere else.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I've heard,
Which is
cool.
Which
I've
is
heard people
always
criticize.
cordial.
They say companies shouldn't even really do Slack. It's kind of like a waste. I don't know.
No, Slack is great.
Is
I
it?
love Slack.
I mean, as opposed to what, Matt? It's a communication tool.
Like something.
Email?
Yeah, I know, but like.
The thing
something
about
like-
Slack versus email is Slack is a chat. An email isn't, right?
We send like pictures and files and like all sorts of useful stuff.
Oh,
over there.
okay.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. My company uses Microsoft Teams, which I guess is a similar thing.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh, you
Ugh.
hit it.
Yes, I did.
You would have hit it.
I would have hit it.
We have a guy singing Zacchaeus was a wee little man in the live stream chat.
I saw that.
I remember that song when I was in grade school. It was like it was about wasn't there a story in the Bible about, oh yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Yeah.
Tax collector.
This is what happens when you go to a Catholic grade school.
Speaking of Zacchaeus, Norm Macdonald had no fear of using the word midget.
Nope.
Did you see that clip where he was on a talk show with a supermodel and she was promoting her book, 10 Steps to Be a Supermodel? And Norm Macdonald says, step number 1, don't be a midget.
Did you hear the one about his he had like a logician neighbor or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. It's a long story.
Yeah, it is. That one's hilarious.
I also like the one where he tells the story of how his wife fell into a coma. Have you heard that one?
Mm-mm.
And the doctor recommended he do oral to wake her up. And he says, okay, it's a little unorthodox, doc, but I'll give it a shot. He comes out of the patient's room, says, I think it was working, but she darn near choked. So here's a question:
The one,
if you guys got cancer, terminal cancer, would you tell people or keep it secret like he did?
Well, if I were a celebrity, I don't think I would tell the public. But
Yeah,
I'm not
tell
a celebrity.
Yeah, I think keeping a secret might not be a bad idea.
What kind of cancer did he have?
No,
Terminal.
Oh,
I don't think.
yeah, thank
Did
you.
they make that public?
I don't know.
I don't think they did.
Is that too dark? I feel like for a comedian, it's just dark enough.
Don't do it, Diamond. You had to do it.
Gotta stay strong.
Beautiful position bet. Beautiful position bet.
You would have won. I don't feel bad about folding.
Look at all the Pine Creek money Diamond has.
I did have a buy-in though, so gotta subtract 200.
Yeah, but weren't you down to like 5 chips? No.
He did have it all on the line when he went head to head with Reed.
Yeah, when you went all in with me,
Yeah,
you still had some back, right? Or did you go all in there?
not much. I didn't quite go all in, but almost.
I don't know why I called there, because you had to have King Queen. Why was I so stupid? I don't know. It's because I like you.
We all have our moments.
I don't.
I like you, Matt.
Well, thank you, bro. Diamond. Appreciate that.
That's a Matt Smith flop. See?
There's something I like there.
Yeah, you got an 8-10. Why not?
I always go in 8-10.
Colby.
If a 7 or a queen comes on the turn, look out. See? Oh, it's going to be so sweet if you turn over 8-10. Uh-oh.
Take it down.
Ace King. Oh, you had the 8-9.
Matt, you're not good enough.
You want to qualify that good enough to win?
Did I? Yeah. No.
Pine Creek, 4th
qualification.
place. Is that what you're referring to? A Pine Creek 4th place?
Oh, I see.
I mean, I was just referring to the current state of affairs, but
Yeah. You're right. That wasn't good enough.
good hand though. Ace King. You'll take that.
Yeah. Maybe I should have bet to knock people out earlier, but then you won't win any money that way. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
How do you feel about laying down cards that looked good but then don't stay good when the flop comes up?
It all depends. All depends how many people, what
Depends on the
what
probability.
the flop is. Yeah, like what they could have.
Probabilities of the
depends.
cards hitting that you need.
Are
and
you saying-
probabilities
are
of
you
your
saying-
opponent folding?
Are you saying how do you feel after the fact, or how do you feel in the moment?
Like, how do you respond? What goes through your mind in order to come up with the, action? Like, let's say you've got a pair of aces and then a pair of queens comes up on the board, that kind of thing.
Well, that's pretty good actually, but
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not the
no.
best hand.
Yeah. If you have bullets in your hand and 2 queens hit the board,
Yeah, it's a little iffy.
If you have a pair of queens and
Or-
the ace king come on the board, that sucks. That feels bad.
Or like
Yeah.
Matt, right? You had an ace king, which is decent, but then you've got 6, 3, 5. Nothing comes up.
Yep.
you fold and move on.
Yeah.
Usually.
Right.
Or you stick it out, depending how you're feeling.
Okay, these are very helpful tips.
Chucky, to be a good poker player, you got to be a moist robot, as Frank Turk says.
Clockwork
It-
Orange.
Isn't that a Scott Adams thing? Doesn't he use moist robots?
He's got the meditating robot. I'm not sure about moist.
He always says humans are moist robots. What do I want to do?
Westworld's full of moist robots. Who here has not seen Westworld yet?
I saw most. I haven't seen like. Actually, I'm still watching with some friends. I haven't seen it all the way to the end yet.
I got really tired of the fight scenes in the last season.
That that series is a little bit depressing, you know.
Well, unless you're a robot.
There was a guy. We had street epistemology practice on Discord. There's a guy who comes every week. He does interesting claims, interesting views, but the claim that I didn't question, someone else did, but his view was civilization is basically bad. We should just get rid of it and start over. and one of his reasons was basically the end is coming. There's going to be some kind of terrible cataclysm, like
Then is coming even if you start over.
genetic engineering and AI risk, and we're going to technology ourselves to death somehow. And he's probably not wrong. Even real logical people give that a pretty good chance in the next 100 years, maybe 1 in 6 chance that we humans kill themselves, or we have a significant event that changes civilization in a bad way.
Yeah.
But I don't know, my view isn't let's start over and let's just be hunter-gatherers again. It's maybe we can try to do something to take care of that risk, but I don't know if we're going to be able to.
I don't think people really understand how bad things sucked prior to modern science. I think they just don't have a way of really.
Harari makes that point in his book. He's basically up until the scientific revolution, it was war, famine, and disease was killing people all the time, and there was always a cycle. There'd be a famine and people would die because they were always at the carrying capacity. But I don't know. This guy thought no, it wasn't that bad. It was if you're hunter-gatherers.
7-day cycle. That sucks, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Doug, you could have won my money back.
Would Ace 3 have beaten King 10?
I don't remember.
No,
Sorry,
no.
Eddie.
I'm saying, would a pair Ace 3 beat a pair?
Yeah,
King
you would have
10?
won, Chucky. You had aces,
God
right?
Damn it, yeah.
How did you go out?
Because he went in for 32 or something, and I was like, well, I didn't actually get an ace or anything.
No.
This is
next
exactly
next time you go all in with that hand.
This is exactly the question that I was asking. Once you start with good cards, and then nothing comes up on the board, and you guys are like,
I mean, you may not have pulled the card you needed, right? So
exactly, yeah. So I went out.
Yeah, Eddie or Chucky, you have to think what can my hand beat and what can beat my hand?
Yes.
Those are the thoughts that have to go through your head. Because if you have aces and you're okay, someone has a king. Unless they have kings, I'll probably beat them.
So I imagine that one of you had a pair of kings. So then I figured, well, he's got 3 of a kind.
Oh no, you
already.
can't play poker like that. That's like that's like saying the boogeyman's in your closet all the
Well,
time.
how is
You
that
can't-
different? How is that different?
The
than what you're
the
suggesting?
probability of someone having kings and flopping a king on the flop is 6%.
Right.
So you have a 94% chance of having the best hand in that situation. Sorry. Forgive me. I use probabilities.
Yeah.
Doug, you're misrepresenting my position, and it's kind of annoying me, Doug.
Sorry.
Strawman.
Straw man. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, yeah. It was funny the first time, but it's not no longer.
Uh oh.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's if it's true that you're right, someone could have pocket kings, but the probability of that is low to begin with. And then the probability of them hitting a king on the flop is 6%. So if you have aces in that situation,
I mean, that's all well and good, but the problem is I have the additional information that he raised.
Well, yeah, but he could raise for a number of reasons, right? Not just because he has 3
Well,
kings.
in that
Of course, but I don't know why he raised. I assumed that he raised because he got something that helped him
you mean pre-flop or post-flop he raised?
on the flop. What does pre-flop mean? Pre-flop
That means
on
before the
flop?
cards came out.
No, once the cards came out, I
Yes,
assumed that
that's
he
post-flop.
got something that helped him
Yeah.
So you
so
bet
after-
and someone raised
on
you?
the flop.
So you
can't-
bet?
I-
Did you bet and then someone raised you?
I bet.
I
bet into it.
raised before the flop, and then after the flop,
See, Eddie?
he raised quite a bit. Yeah. So I assumed that I didn't assume, but I imagined that he could have got something on the flop that helped him.
So what I would have done in that situation when Colby raised pre-flop is you re-raise
No,
him,
I don't think he raised pre-flop. I raised pre-flop.
and he just called.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on the flop,
And
I
on the
forget
flop,
the
he
action.
raised. Yeah.
Did you bet first and then he raised? Oh, he bet into
I
trigger.
I just checked. So then,
And then-
he raised.
Okay,
and then I
so
folded.
when you check and it gets around to him and he bets,
Yeah.
then what you do is you re-raise that bet to see where he's at. Now, if he re-raises you back, he's either a really good player and is bluffing, or he has it. He has you beat. So by re-raising, you can get information that way.
Good hand. Good hand.
And that is a way to look at it sometimes, Chucky, is like sometimes, yeah, you want to get information. Even if you are going to lose, you like want to know what his cards are.
Because
Yeah, or you can just wait 10 minutes.
But when you re-raise Colby's bet, what's going to go through Colby's mind is, oh, Chucky has 2-pair, or Chucky has aces or kings. He has the kings. You got to remember just exactly what you're scared of that he might have. He could be thinking the exact same thing. He's scared of you, that you might have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem that I have because I imagine nobody else is scared.
Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not.
That means we're doing our jobs right.
But I definitely imagine that no one else is scared. Yeah.
But this is the advantage of having, like, there's advantages to having bought in for a low stack like you did. But the disadvantage of that is you don't have the
Yeah.
chips to play with to do the re-raise strategy, like I just said.
Sometimes I imagine trying to push people out, and I only have like 50 chips, and it's like, well, they're not going to care.
Hey, Chucky. Every time I bet an even number of chips, I'm scared. Every time I bet odd, I actually have it.
Yeah, like look at Diamond here. He bet odd. He has it.
We can't hear you, Diamond. You're muted.
No, we still. No, your
Hold on.
mic doesn't work.
Your mic, it's like your mic's off.
Do you have
Even
a button
when
on
the-
your mic?
I'm going for the probabilities here.
Okay.
Good luck, Reed.
There you go.
Oh, Reed's all in. Didn't notice that.
God
Aces.
damn. Get it again.
2-per versus 2-per.
So it's only the higher of the two pair that count, unless of course they're the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And if they're both the same, then the kicker counts, right? The fifth card.
As long as that fifth card is higher than the two pair, right? Or no?
No.
Either way.
It doesn't matter. Whoever has the higher fifth card, if you both have the same two pairs.
The thing that always helps me untangle it is it's the 5 cards that would give you the best hand.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Correct.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
See, with the stack you have now, Chucky, I would say you just wait for a premium hand and go all in.
What's premium?
Aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace, king.
Like a pair of those? A pair of aces?
I don't know. I don't know. With 58, I personally might go in with 4s. Like with $500 on the table and only having $5, I don't know.
Yeah, well, see, like if, let's say, action comes to you, Chucky, and there's only 2 other people in the hand, yeah, you might be able to go all in with 4s or 5s or 6s and just pray.
What
if I wrote a program that told me the probabilities of things, how would you all feel about me using it to play? Like, it wouldn't tell me what to do. It would just tell me what the chances of things happening were.
A lot of players who play online do that. Like they can track other people's hands and like.
Although on some websites now it's illegal.
Yeah, I would say for a home game like this, like
But I definitely wouldn't track hands or anything like that. I'm just saying it would tell me what is the chance that this person has kings.
You would. Well, if you got it to figure it, like you definitely. That's not.
Sounds like you're saying you'd be uncomfortable with it.
You know, like I wouldn't be against like having a card in front of you that just has some basic probabilities of basic things. Like I do that when I play blackjack if I'm at the casino or whatever, but like I don't know.
Nice one, Diamond.
Having a program's a little bit different.
So you'd be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If I was like playing online in a anonymous like site, like I wouldn't have a problem with it, but the fact that we're all communicating, you know, just something about it.
What if I put that? What if I did go all the way and make choices and then put him in as a second player?
Play poker against a computer.
Yeah, I mean, based on the field, right? Based on the research, you'd probably beat it, right? Computers aren't very good.
We wouldn't.
Oh,
we
I
wouldn't
see.
beat it. Good poker players might. I don't know. Doug might beat the computer. Or Matt with his 1,200 chips.
All right. Well, it's an interesting problem, but
see, a computer doesn't. A computer, like for example, when Anthony was in here earlier, not to pick on him, but a computer wouldn't realize that Anthony is bloviating, not paying attention, and would call any bet. Like,
so this is going way beyond what I was thinking about. But you could sort of figure out that information based on the timings of bets. Like if he waits till it runs down, and
you're right. But see, I already Quaid. He lets the timer go down to the same point
Anthony
every time.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So that's. I mean, this is like way beyond what I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of just simulating probabilities of like if someone, on the flop, the chance that they have a 3 kings or whatever. But I think there's a lot of information there.
Thanks.
Like there's very simple things you can just memorize, like how many combinations of kings, queens, jacks are there?
Yeah, I'm not really good at memorizing.
It's
You can just do it by feel too.
Yeah,
like
it's
if
not
I was
exactly memorization. It doesn't have to be exactly memorization. Like
if I if I was good, like I'd have all these probabilities. But I'm just like, okay, I know two jacks are on the board, and I have one. Therefore, it's pretty unlikely somebody else has the other, right? Like,
Yeah, right.
like you can think about it pretty intuitively without having to memorize a lot of stuff, you know.
I don't. I mean, this goes back to the claim that I was making. I don't have high confidence in my probabilistic intuition.
My sound.
Right. That's why I want a computer to calculate these things for me.
What do you have, Diamond? I can't figure it out. You have a pair of queens?
I'm trying to tell you, but you can't hear me.
I can't hear you. Full house?
I think he has a pair of sixes or something like that. Nines.
Oh,
he had the flush.
That's a...
Okay.
Could I have bet you out of the hand if I had, like, no? You were going for the flush? Okay.
He was committed. You probably shouldn't have typed that, Diamond.
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Hey, you know, I caught you in a lie. I thought you said you had a full house. Turned out you had 4 to a flush. You can't lie in poker.
Misread my lips.
So, Aaron, have you gotten in a fight with your in-laws yet?
Negative.
Oh, good.
Oh, you're at your in-laws.
I've learned my lesson.
You just nod your head and smile.
Yep.
He's got his in-laws tripping balls.
Do they make you, like say
Bristle?
prayers?
Yes. No.
Okay.
No, this is a non-religious in-laws.
Oh, okay.
Just make them some of your specialty here.
Looks like you're in a castle.
It's pretty much what it is.
Somebody's excited.
Well, it's either Reed or me, right?
So that's the thing that I can't ever get a handle on, is because I see like, oh, three aces or something. Then I forget about the flush. I always forget about shit.
Well, stop doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I'm a limited human.
Terry, you work in a hospital, right?
It was me.
What's the?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
How are the COVID cases doing?
Well, we're finally slowing down a little bit.
Good.
Yeah. We lost a lot of people with this last one.
Yeah, Delta's no joke.
No joke.
Just wait till Zeta comes out.
I watched one of Nathan's videos where he interviewed an ICU nurse who worked at a hospital in Oregon, and I don't know what kind of nursing you do, Terry, but this guy was like, he said, by the time they get to me, 90% of the people I see die within 2 weeks. And so he was just explaining, like, and these people don't get it. It's like they think, oh, yeah, I'm going to come in and they'll do a few things. It's like, no, like, you have 48 hours to call people and tell them that you're probably not going to live.
Yeah, there's people that came in on very low oxygen. We had them all through. 2 weeks later, they're just crashing and dying. We've seen them go through this whole process. So
It's gotta
What's
be hard to
the
do watching that happen.
mhm.
are you seeing a lot of young people?
Yes, a lot in there. We had a couple in their 20s. We've had 30s, 40s, 50s. That's pretty much what we've had.
Are they vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Unvaccinated.
What percentage would you say of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated? At one point here where I live, they said it was like 99%.
Yeah, probably about a month ago, I watched a. Oh shit!
Good luck, Colby.
Governor DeSantis was talking with a bunch of administrators around the state, and Orlando Health, which is who I work for. 95% of our patients that are COVID positive are unvaccinated.
I could have made a value bet on the river there.
Would you say 90%?
95% are unvaccinated of our hospitalized patients.
Right.
I'm super surprised.
So
I'm surprised
Not-
it's that low.
Really? No, the vaccine. Like,
No.
That's
No, the
about what you'd
number-
expect from the.
The number
Yeah.
that I heard
Effectiveness.
was, like Matt said, above 99.
Well, early on, like
Early on, yeah.
like when
They
fewer
put-
people were vaccinated, right? It's less likely for a vaccinated person to end up in the hospital, right?
Well, and pre Delta too, right? Because Delta is a little more virulent.
Yeah.
Yeah, these chest CTs are like the worst I have ever seen. Ever. Even somebody who doesn't know what a chest CT looks like could call it.
Mm.
That's how bad it is.
What's all this white stuff?
Yeah.
So what do? They what do you call it? Intubate them? You stick a hole in their throat?
Yes, we intubate them. We put an endotracheal tube down into their airway. Put them on a ventilator, but by that time their lungs are extremely non-compliant. So putting them on a ventilator causes additional lung injury. So it's, you're behind the 8 ball pretty much the whole way.
Mm.
One of our nurses is.
Are you bluffing, Diamond? Are you bluffing? I don't think you
I
are.
can't tell
think
you.
you're good.
Oh wait, you can hear me now.
That
Hmm.
was a good bet. Mhm.
Yeah, one of our critical care nurses ended up getting COVID and going for ECMO.
For
He's
ECMO.
been
Oh, yeah.
in the
Okay.
hospital for a month and a half.
Wow. Was
What
that
is that? What is ECMO?
Extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, where they oxygenate you through, it's
machine?
kind of like dialysis for your lungs.
They take your blood out to a machine which injects oxygen and then puts it back into your body.
Yeah,
That sounds awful.
it is awful.
Jeez.
Okay, here's my question. Why, if the public knows that 95% of the people going to hospital with serious problems are unvaccinated, why don't they get vaccinated?
Because they're morons.
Fake news, Doug. It's fake news.
They don't want those chips in
You
their
think,
bodies.
you think that's the answer? They don't believe
No,
the
no,
95% number?
I think a big part of it, Doug, is they don't that if doesn't come to them because they don't think that's.
They don't
They
think
haven't
that
heard it.
if will come to them, and then it does, and then yeah.
But
They
if they were
haven't-
playing poker with us right now
Yeah.
and listen to Terry's story, what
They
would
would, I don't think
Listen.
they'll believe her.
Listen, you guys, I have a sister here in Florida who refuses to get, she's anti-vax, anti-mask.
Yeah.
She's a school bus driver. Guess what? She
Oh.
got COVID. I got
Yeah.
a brother who lives here who it's all about rights.
Freedom and
My
rights.
right,
Yeah.
my choice.
Yeah.
For Kim, it's Jesus. That's it. Straight up
Okay,
for her.
but-
it's Jesus.
what does your sister, you said?
Yes.
So if you were to say to her, 95% of everybody coming in the hospital with severe cases of COVID are unvaccinated, what would she literally say to you?
God will take care of me.
My
Okay,
mother said
this
that.
is evolution taking place.
God will protect me. I don't believe in evolution.
Well, no, you don't have to say that out loud, but yeah, this is
I'm pretty good at role playing my brother and my sister.
I've had these same discussions with my mother. She won't get vaccinated. She's like in her 70s, and if you ask her reasons, right, her reasons boil down to she thinks that the coronavirus is exaggerated, and I ask her like, what does that
Right.
mean? She's like, well, I think people are overreacting. It's just her general view, right?
99.9% of people who get it don't die.
Yeah,
That's
well,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so and then that's part of it too. Is like she's generally healthy, and that's true. And another part of it is that she really has concerns about the vaccine. She's like really watched a lot of, kind of quack, in my opinion, quack doctors on YouTube, who tell her that it's like untested and who knows what the side effects are, and that we shouldn't even be using this vaccine. Like she
Changes
sent me
your
videos
DNA.
like this.
well, part of that I think is false expectations. Like Fauci should have gone out there and said, "Hey, look, if everybody in the United States gets vaccinated,
1-1 finally.
about 70 million people, it's going to do no good for them." Like, then that's the truth. But the thing is, they're scared to tell people that maybe because they say,
Yeah.
well, if 70 million people, it's not gonna, but they're forgetting about the other 260 or whatever million
Yeah.
who it does help. But yeah, 20% there's going to be 10 to 20% ineffective rate of the vaccine itself. And then of those, some of them are still going to get COVID. And of those, some of them still will die.
Right.
But again, it's all probabilities.
That's so
And-
small. The vaccinated my other brother actually was vaccinated and also got COVID. So my sister and my unvaccinated, my brother who's vaccinated, got COVID and they gave it to each other.
Oh, really?
One of them gave it to the other one.
How did it work out for the one who was vaccinated and got COVID? How was his outcome?
He's good. He had very, as they say, mild course.
Yeah.
Kim ended up unvaccinated. She ended up with a moderate to severe course. She ended up in the hospital and is home on oxygen. So she is not out of the clear yet. I've seen people go home, come back 7 days later, and it's game over. So
have you talked to your sister like after she got out of the hospital? Like how does she view the experience?
She's taken it pretty lightly, I don't think I actually read her CT scan because she said that the doctors told her she did not have COVID pneumonia. And I said, screenshot me your CT results. And lo and behold, the radiologist said, you have COVID pneumonia.
How could So what?
Don't ask me.
Okay, all right.
Oh no, I agree.
Okay, all right.
Oh no, I agree. I don't know how that happened, but and then she has a friend who actually I found out on Facebook is making hydroxychloroquine.
Making?
Yeah,
Breaking Bad style.
yeah.
Wow.
I'm trying to figure out how to.
Where do you live again?
ask her on this.
What state are you in again?
Florida.
She's making hydroxychloroquine with grapefruit peels. So I can't
sounds like
remember all of
witchcraft.
it. And I said on Facebook, I commented and said, I'm really serious here, but why do you think you're making hydroxychloroquine?
Yeah.
And she went through this spiel, well, it's quinine and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, sure.
Quinine is
whatever.
better than
quinine,
grapefruit peels. Is that's the reason? It's all bitter.
Maybe you buy tonic water and you mix it with some stuff and then hydroxychloroquine. But how would you know if it weren't?
Well, she swears by it. My other sister in Texas, there's a lot of us. My other sister.
How many sisters do you have?
Well, there's 8 of us total.
Oh,
5
wow.
girls and 3 boys. So
Wow.
my
So
other
Catholic?
sister shared a fact check with this Carol lady, and right away Carol's like, fact checkers are bogus.
Well,
So
okay.
they're like, okay.
Though I have some sympathy for that view, though, because if you look at the fact check websites now, it's a little bit disappointing. But many of them are adopting ideological views. Like, if you go, like, what's like one of the big ones, like PolitiFact?
Mm-hmm.
You go there, right? And they still have fact checking, but they also have like non-fact checking opinions almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, or explainers.
Another street.
Twice in a row. Damn.
It really dilutes their brand. Like I don't know what they're thinking. Like,
Yeah. I personally, I sent Professor Dave on Facebook. Can you help me out here, Dave? I don't know if you guys know who Professor Dave is.
I don't.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's
There's
the
a big YouTube channel.
YouTube channel. Professor Dave Explains. He's a biologist. And
Yeah, he's done some debates
Really?
with
Oh,
modern day
I've
debates,
seen
right?
This guy. I think I've seen some
Good
of
at
his
explaining
flat Earth
stuff.
videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Mhm. I haven't heard back from him yet, though. So
He gets really mad at some people. Some of those debates.
So from my perspective and the friend group that I'm in, a lot of my friends think that I, as somebody who kind of like leans towards scientific evidence, have an ideological blind spot to where I can't see the truth of the COVID. And so I'm having a really hard time like having conversations with them about it because they
What
think
truth
I'm
are you missing?
yeah. What truth do they think you're missing?
that I just can't see that the government's trying to control us, and like there's downsides for the vaccine itself, and it's like a big conspiratorial type mindset. It's pretty.
Here's what you do,
disheartening for me.
Aaron. Here's what you do. You say to them, well, you're right. They are trying to control us, but that's good because they're smarter than you are.
I'm going to try that on my other brother. He's into the conspiracy theories. When he found out that they were mandating for employers, he was so angry. He's just very angry about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure how I feel about that exactly. I definitely support like employers mandating employees to do it, right? Like I'm okay with that. I think that makes sense. I'm not sure how I feel about, OSHA coming in and saying, but I don't know. I'm not gonna get worked up about it. But like, in France, they did this, right? And they had the same thing, huge protests and people saying, what the hell are you doing? Like Macron basically said, look, you have to have vaccine evidence if you're going to go out to eat, to a show, to the theater, to any big event. Like, it's basically your life's going to be miserable unless you get vaccinated. And it turned their vaccination rates around. They had like 10 million reservations or appointments made to get vaccinated in a matter of like days. And now overall they have a higher percentage vaccinated than we do in the U.S.
Dad, I'm going to push you out with my 7, so I'm just going to hold on to this.
So I do think there's like a
Come on, Aaron.
There's like an ideological principle thing, but then are people really going to quit their job over it?
Good
I'm
Lord.
not sure, especially if like everywhere else they probably go is going to do the same thing.
Well, here's my theory: the people like in the hospitals who are mandated to quit their job, they can go work at the restaurants where there's a shortage of staff, and we can get better service.
Hey, Terry, if you don't mind me asking, where in Florida are you from?
Well, I'm between Leesburg and Claremont.
Okay.
Leesburg and Claremont.
So north of
And I work in
Orlando?
Ocoee, west of Orlando. Yeah.
West, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I work in Ocoee, which is
Ocoee, yeah.
West Orange.
Cool. Doug, you mentioned Fauci and my computer broke, so.
There are no coincidences.
Yeah, I think what's so. Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Well, I was just going to say, like, maybe I'm a bad person, but I have no problem if people don't want to get vaccinated, but then they just have to be prepared to die, and not take up
just died,
and not take up hospital space. So
but
I think
but they will, right?
no, but what you said about the government mandating you need a vaccine passport to go to the movie theater and all that. What if you had to have a vaccine passport in order to get intensive care?
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah,
people would. I think Terry, your sisters and brothers might get vaccinated. I don't know.
That's an interesting question. Yeah,
I think employers should just have the right. Like if an employer wants to say to work here you have to be vaccinated, like I think that's a great way.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable in my view. I mean, they should look at it from a liability point of view.
Well, like look at the NFL and the NHL.
Yeah.
Like they're almost completely vaccinated because their employer has said you either can get vaccinated or we're gonna be draconian on you.
Right.
You're gonna have to get tested every day. You're not gonna be able to go to bars. You're not gonna be able to.
Did you notice what they said? They said if your team can't play because of COVID, we are not going to give you any money. It's your own damn fault. You're not going to get any of the proceeds of the TV revenue or anything. You're on your own. But if your players are vaccinated, we'll do everything we can. That's exactly what they said.
Yep. And they're not going to have to do anything because if there's an outbreak with vaccinated people, it's going to be like 4 people at worst, 5 people. I think the New Orleans Saints had 8 people within their organization get it. And it's like, you're not having 30 people, 40 people go out sick,
Mm-hmm.
Well, as far as healthcare facilities, honestly, I don't understand anyone who works in healthcare who doesn't understand the responsibility of getting vaccinated.
One area I wonder about, tell me about this, Terry. So I got to imagine that there are people that you work with. Like, I don't know the situation if they've mandated vaccines, right? But like, there have to be a number of people that you work with who have natural immunity because they got COVID early on or whatever, right?
Correct.
And there are people like that I talk with, and they have a point, right? Like I have natural immunity probably. Like you don't really know whether they had COVID. They say they do, but like, do you really know? But like, assuming they really do, maybe they don't need to get a vaccine, but would they be willing to get tested to show that they have the antibodies? And that's probably more expensive than getting the vaccine, right? So, like, I'd like to give those people an out, but I don't know what the out would be,
Yeah, I've had a stepdad who's claimed he's got it. An old stepdad that's claimed he's got it 3 times. It's like, okay, he hasn't once gotten tested, but he's just sure that 3 different times he's had it and has gotten over it.
That's the thing. You can't just rely on that. Yeah.
Well, as far as healthcare workers, well, I guess what we had to do at the beginning too was, you were quarantined, you were out for like 14 days or something. But I think everybody did test positive. I believe they did test you if you were out and symptomatic. Then, according to protocol, you had to be tested.
Like, in terms of like policy, like, it's important to find like a crux with people that you disagree with, right? If you're going to compromise on a policy. And what I mean by a crux is, like, there might be something that I value and there might be something that they value, and that you could agree that if we do this policy, we can both get what we want. So, like, instead of viewing vaccine mandates from the government as like an evil that we have to fight against, what if we view it as, it is what it is, but if we do this, then we can just drop all the other restrictions. We can drop the mask restrictions. We can drop social distancing. We'll just like Denmark did. They're at 85.
But like we kind of already have. Like, I don't know about you guys, but here, like, nobody's enforcing masks, and I think that's kind of like, I don't know. I'm more in the favor of let employers like do that from a business standpoint, because I do like I think there is a point to the principle, and I lean more conservative. So like, I'm usually against, in a lot of circumstances, overreach, and I think we can get our desired outcome without the government having to tell us like everything we have to do.
Yeah. Well, the trouble is, like, I kind of agree with you, but like, there weren't a lot of businesses that started coming out and saying we're just going to require it. Like,
right, because it wasn't FDA approved.
Yeah, well,
now,
it has been now
approved.
for like several weeks, and it hasn't really budged. Again, I'm not sure I agree with like the president's announcement. I don't know, but like, I wish more businesses had just done it on their own.
So I found a study from
Nice bluff.
August. So in August, that says that only 73% of healthcare workers have been vaccinated.
I don't get that. What do they consider a healthcare worker? Is like an orderly a healthcare worker?
So this includes long-term nursing facilities, people who work in like dentists' offices, basically anybody.
Tim has had it.
I'm running out of moolah.
Dental hygienists, nurses, neurosurgeons, everything in between.
My daughter's a dental hygienist, and they've been, cool. They've been basically doing really good precautions. But my daughter in Florida won't get vaccinated.
How old is she?
She's in her 30s. She's married, has 2 kids. She
Why
did
won't
get
she?
COVID though, so now she thinks that she's cool, but you can get it again.
You can. I mean, but you can get it again if you're vaccinated.
Correct. You can.
But
get
if you've
it
had
you're
COVID
vaccinated.
and get vaccinated, you're almost like Superman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
right.
the crazy thing.
Then you can fly.
like Doug's ancestor.
It's pretty. I mean, people are ridiculous. I think that's just all it comes down to. Like to change topics a little bit, my father has never worn a seatbelt. He refuses to wear a seatbelt.
Why?
And it's like, if there's one thing that seems unbelievably uninvasive, and like, he just hates the fact that someone tells him to wear a seatbelt.
Got a wrinkle
Yeah,
shirt.
a lot of my friends are like that too.
He's
I
been
actually
pulled
think-
over for it multiple times.
I actually think that the seatbelt requirement is a great comparison to like mask. Maybe not so much anymore, but back when people weren't vaccinated, right? Like mask mandates and mask requirements.
It's certainly a good example of like, can the government tell you to do shit?
The good old 7 deuce.
So, some people who take a real strong anti-government position like that, like anti-seatbelts, anti-vax, anti-mandates, if you hear them, if you ask them why, like what's their reasoning, a lot of times it's like, it's a general argument for anarchy, in my view. It's like, we just shouldn't have governments. Like, what the hell?
I think,
you know?
I think I would take that
No.
position.
No, it's an argument against
I'll take
tyranny.
that position.
Governments have gone way too far in the past.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'm not being charitable.
A lot of people that I know are.
I have heard people make arguments that sound like that, though.
It's a
Like,
spectrum. It's a spectrum, right? Like nobody wants. Very few people want a super invasive, tight government, and very few people want like almost no government. And there's a huge spectrum in between, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people I know that
anything
talk like that are under the delusion that they're tougher than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
I keep getting the slippery slope argument.
Slippery slope, yeah, right.
Which, my brother's more, I agree with you, Matt. My one brother who's the, radical, he's like, anarchy. Oh my God, there's going to be anarchy. And if anyone comes to if the FBI comes to my door and insists I get vaccinated, I'm going to protect myself. Well, Patrick, you're kind of old. I don't think that's going to happen in your life.
Yeah, they have this like image in their head where they're like,
The government,
John McClane, and or they're going to be in a huge shootout and they're going to win, or they're going to die in the blaze of glory, or like they imagine the society crumbles and like they don't really recognize that like when society crumbles, anybody is up for death. Like anybody can die. It doesn't matter how big or tough you are. Like you can like scrape your leg and it get infected. Like that happened all the time to the toughest people. Like it's just complete chaos.
It might be that you have a bit of a leg up because you have a lot of guns and ammo, but that's not the only thing that matters in in a apocalyptic hellscape.
Terry, what would your family say, the ones who are against vaccines, if the government mandated no vaccines and you got fined if you get one? Would they immediately want to get a vaccine?
No.
You kind of wonder that, right?
I'm kind of thinking about that. I may throw that one out there, Doug.
If they're so anti-control and government, just say, you know what?
Well, it's like the and this isn't a commentary on the issue at hand, at hand, but the tactics behind the Texas abortion bill, right? Like you can go after people, and what if we did that for vaccines, right?
Yeah.
Like the right would be up in arms.
Yeah.
Just as the left is up in arms now because of this, this idea that Texas had, which is genius, by the way. Super
Regardless of your
smart.
views on abortion, like the legal theory behind that, just anyone can sue someone for like any reason without ever being harmed. Like, I don't see how that could stand up.
It's terrible, but from a lawmaking perspective, it's super smart because it's so hard to challenge that, like in court, because it's like, oh, it's not the government, it's people, and it's like, it's dangerous though, because now, everyone's gonna do it, and we're not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna be bad.
So, Cole, when it comes to seatbelts, how many of you think that the government should be allowed to force people to wear seatbelts?
100% yes.
Yeah, I'm for that.
That's the thing is when you use the phrasing aloud, Yeah, it's very easy to say yes, but should they? I think yes, but you.
Yeah.
There's a difference between
How
could
is that
and should.
easy to say yes?
Well, because it's basically someone can have power and not exercise it, and so it's the difference between exercising the power
So
and just having the
Time
power.
out, big pot. Time out, big pot.
So I
Oh yeah,
definitely,
Oh shit.
Gotta play the player.
but like the reason why I don't like the seatbelt analogy is because, well, you,
Damn it.
but yeah,
ouch.
Sorry.
I
I love you,
push back
Matt.
on that, though. I don't think the government should have the power to force people to wear seatbelts. That doesn't seem to make sense that it's in the government's purview.
Should the okay? What if you're on public
That's right.
roads?
So I don't think there should be public roads.
What should there be?
Oh my god.
Private
Interesting.
roads.
Oh, shit.
Who would own them?
The people.
People.
Toll
I
roads.
actually
is
don't
what
mind
I
that.
think.
Good luck all in.
10
Businesses.
minutes to go.
Wow,
Yeah,
good luck, Reed.
Chucky,
Good
you
luck.
lean more
Hold
libertarian than I
Good
thought.
luck, Terry. Oh, I'm pretty close to being anarchic.
What let's put it this way, Chucky. Like, what things would you be okay with the government doing?
Okay, Terry needs clubs.
Okay.
Reed needs running hearts or an ace king.
Ace king, ace king.
I mean,
Now
not
just
a
ace
lot.
king.
Ace king, ace king, ace
Like,
king, ace king, ace
When
king.
push comes to shove, not a lot.
Did we not do it? Right.
Military?
Just once.
I guess arguably
Oh,
defense of the
flush.
country.
Wow. Wow. Damn.
Arguably defense.
Nice flush, Terry.
Diplomacy,
Nice
foreign
defense.
relations.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Federal
These aren't
Reserve,
things-
maybe.
These
So-
aren't things
so
that I
Chucky,
have strong
I don't
opinions
mind.
about.
I don't mind private roads now. Now that we have the infrastructure built and like the interstate system, like. But I think if we were to start from scratch, like building those systems would be so hard
Yes.
from private.
I think that's right.
I don't know if you know you're
now,
muted, Terry.
like, there's no reason why private companies can't run them, and I think they'd be better maintained, and
Yeah.
they could put ads on them. And
I think especially now that we have this technology like Fast Pass and stuff,
I don't
where
know.
You don't have to stop to collect tolls.
Here in Ohio, okay, a couple years ago, there was a bill that was passed to, we have an Ohio turnpike that the state runs. And they make money from it, right?
I've been
And
on.
there was a proposal that they turn it over to private ownership, or at least private administration, right? So that the state wasn't going to run it anymore. They were going to, and they ended up undoing the bill because they're like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, this is an asset. Why would we give this asset to
Oh,
a
yeah.
private
Well,
company?
Why would the government give up any of the power that it had?
Well, I mean, look at it from the state's point of view, right? It's like it's an asset for them,
I don't
right?
disagree.
And they paid the money to build it. I mean, along with
As
whatever
a-
came from the feds.
As an agent, that makes sense as a decision. Why would the government ever choose to give up power?
yeah, and like that's not. I don't think that's Chucky being facetious. It's
Right,
like, yeah,
right.
like they have
Yeah.
power. Like,
It's a ratcheting process, right?
yeah.
Let me ask you, Chucky. And this is, don't take this the wrong way, but like,
It's all good questions start like
no, like, don't take this the wrong way.
how stupid
I'm not
are
judging you, but it's like one of those. What is it about companies owning something that you're okay with? Like, why is it okay for
It's
a private
force,
company?
100% force. It's the idea that the government has a monopoly of force. Companies can't use force.
Companies
coercion.
can't use force. Companies can't coerce. Like, Apple can't force you to buy their phone because they have all the good apps, and they can't
That's
force
not,
their.
That's not.
No, he's
force.
meaning putting you in jail. That's the sort of thing he's talking
I
about.
mean,
Oh, okay.
corporal
And like taxing you for it,
punishment.
right?
Corporal punishment, right? Yeah.
They're allowed to hire like private.
Yeah, I mean, if
Forces,
you want to
though,
argue
right?
that an
They're-
ad is force, I think that's a little bit much.
Let me defend Chucky's libertarian views here. I
Okay.
just looked up how much I paid for my fire department based
Yeah.
on my property tax bill. $900
A year?
Wow.
per year.
What do
Now,
you think
if a
would be
private
reasonable?
company had a fire department with fire trucks in my area, and they said, "Hey, to go door to door, if you all pay a little bit of money, we will be
Fire
at your
insurance.
house if there's a fire.
Christianity is fire insurance. They could call it
fire insurance.
Christianity.
Exactly. I bet you anything that bill from $900 a year would go way, way, way down.
I don't know. Like, I'm skeptical of both government and private companies, right? Like,
Come on,
I've
Diamond.
seen so much short-termism thinking in private companies.
It's not
like,
that I have no like belief that companies are somehow magical or great or nice or anything like that.
They're just more efficient usually.
Yeah, I would say
just
privately
simply
held
don't-
companies are more efficient.
yeah, but like,
Simply not
so
what
like
they-
in the limit, government acts. It's like the company of last resort, right? Like
It's the worst company, but the biggest one.
but sometimes that's the best outcome, though. Like,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong. Like, I agree with you.
I won't deny that theoretically it's possible that the outcomes might be better. I just don't like the use of force.
Chucky, I am 100% on your side on this issue.
Yeah? Who, Aaron?
Yeah, I have
Yes.
libertarian leanings. Don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah.
but like,
It's when someone says, I'm going to use force to force you to behave the way that I want, I bristle.
yeah,
But Doug's example of the fire department, right? Then you're gonna have poor neighborhoods who are screwed if a fire gets hit, and that hurts everybody.
Yeah.
So like there is a balance
Wait,
between.
are you telling me that no one has an incentive to create a business for poor neighborhoods to like?
I'm saying,
out fires?
yeah, that
Maybe
is
not.
kind of what I'm saying.
maybe
actually.
not. Right.
Like I actually don't think
Yeah.
that's as unreasonable as it sounds. Or at least the coverage will be worse. Or
Well, the coverage might be worse, but shouldn't it be worse?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
weren't
but-
these
but-
things at one point not private? They were privatized at one point. Like
Sure,
yeah.
most forces that we have today were privatized, and we
Yeah,
know what
before
that was
the-
like. It was
Before
not
the
good.
1840s, we had no police.
Yeah.
insult to injury, Matt. Insult
Terry's
to
on a
injury.
heater.
Wow, Terry, nice job.
It's not about how you start; it's about how you finish.
Yeah.
But like or healthcare is a great example, right? Like if we complete and the U.S. healthcare system sucks because it's the worst of public and the worst
It's
of
the worst
private.
of both worlds. Yeah, I agree.
But if we completely went private, right? We would have a super efficient healthcare system. Like it would be great. But we'd have people dying on the streets, like we would. Or if we went,
Hold
yeah,
on.
we would.
I'd love to listen to this, but Doug just did something very interesting.
No one's gonna call him. So
Yeah, I don't want anybody to call me. I don't want to be sucked out on.
All right, sorry, Colby, you were saying.
No, you're good. You're good. And if we went all public, which a lot of, I think Canada's done that, and a lot of the sort of neo-socialist Norwegian, Nordic states, like you end up sacrificing some efficiency.
Yes.
So
you
it's
do.
like
Yep.
there's. But our problem is we have the best of both worlds, or worst of both worlds.
Yeah.
Like we have to go one way or the other. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Would there be a postal service in North Dakota if it weren't for the federal government?
Right.
So I don't know.
People would
but I
just
think
have to move
roads-
where those services are offered. That's all they'd have to do.
I once
Or
listened.
easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Can't they go back to the Pony Express?
Or a really smart crow?
Yeah.
Express.
Last year, I listened to the Libertarian candidate for president in an interview. Okay, and she was talking about the vaccine. Well, no, about like mask policies, right, in the U.S. This was like September of last year, or whatever, And someone asked her, "Well, what's your view? Like, should the government mandate masks?" She said, "No, the government should mandate. That's like anti-libertarian." And so someone asked her, "Well, what's your view then? Like, if someone is maybe like, in an area where there should be masking, but like there's no government that says everyone has to wear masks." She said, "Yeah, they should just move. They should move to a place that agrees with their principles." I'm thinking to myself, well, first of all, that's not like practical. But second, even if it were, like, it's more than just masks. You have all kinds of things that people disagree on.
course, yeah.
right? How are you going to find just the right place that matches exactly what you want? And
It's called a utopia, Matt.
Yeah,
you
like-
build an
Yeah,
island.
actually, I don't think that's that crazy. Like that's how democracy works. Like that's the great thing of a federal system, is that you have states, and each state kind of has its own.
I didn't know what was
yeah,
gonna
I
push you
agree
out
with that.
there.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But,
Just
but
lay
like,
it
I can
low.
blast
Just
him.
chilling, Diamond.
Very
I'm just chilling.
Like,
she took it a bit
because
too
Matt,
far in my view.
what's the
Yeah,
alternative?
yeah.
I think that's always the question you have to ask yourself. Is the,
Well, like-
is the alternative that you give the government the ability to mandate masks? And some people say yes, and some people say no. That's the question.
But like I think if the people want to vote in governments that feel like that's their power, like that's fine. Like if a government
Yeah.
in Massachusetts wants to say it's okay, like
I guess I'm not really a fan of voting to take people's rights away. I mean, I think the best.
but it's
example of
not
that,
it's not them voting to take the right
No,
away.
they're
It's not
voting for
mine.
something. Yeah.
I think the best example of that for me is this referendum that keeps coming up in Scotland, where Scotland wants to declare independence from Great Britain.
Yeah.
And UK, I can't even
Yeah,
remember what you
UK.
said. And it keeps coming up like 49%, 51%. Is it really fair to the 49% who don't want to secede from this colonial power that they have to stay yoked? I'm not so sure it is fair.
Yeah, I know. I know.
love the language.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
The here's the way I look at it, Chucky. Like, believe me, for a lot of issues, I do lean libertarian. You may not. We just haven't talked
You know,
about.
I used to be an atheist.
We just
I-
haven't talked about any of them.
Yeah.
Just
No.
kidding.
No, I do. But like, here's the problem. Here's why I don't go extremely libertarian, is because almost like so many problems that countries have are coordination problems, economic coordination problems, and like principal agent problems. And those are problems that cannot be solved by people all being individual, rational actors. It takes a system to solve problems like that. Things like negative externalities, things like tragedy of the commons, things like, I don't like living next to people who raise honeybees because I've got bee, so like we're going to have to pass a law. And pretty soon, if everyone goes around and gets contracts from people, that at some point you have something that's like a government. You've reinvented government.
Except they don't have the ability to use force.
Who doesn't?
The private companies.
Individual contractors, right? Companies, individuals. The problem.
Unless they
that
all
I have-
agree to submit their wills to force.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Yeah, the problem I have, I'm one of sort of pacifistic outlook, right? I don't like the idea of using force
Nice.
to make things more efficient. Even if it makes things more
That was fun.
efficient, I don't think it's morally correct. to
Good
use
hands,
force.
guys. Aaron,
Well, Chucky,
love
churches
you
have-
chime into me, Aaron. I love it. Sorry, continue your conversation.
Churches have like mini governments, and they do have. They can exercise force, maybe not put you in jail, but
like shame.
excommunication.
Companies
shame,
have and
like-
do too, so I don't understand that either. Because companies have, like,
So, are you
they can
suggesting
own
that,
private
let's say,
militaries.
social? Okay, military is one thing. I feel like Doug is saying something about like social pressure.
Well, so
Yeah.
no, like this is not a made-up example. In the early 1900s,
Oh,
Standard-
Diamond. Wait, what? Diamond? You went out, or
We're done.
I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
hanging out
Yeah.
with the cool
I
kids.
thought Diamond just somehow lost 1,200 chips and I missed it.
No.
did you know though that there was a war in Colorado in the 1910s because the big tycoons who were mining in Colorado had private armies that would go in and kill people who were trying to protest the
So
working
obviously, I'm
conditions.
against private armies, Matt.
But on what principle?
yeah,
On the
that's
principle of I'm against the use of force.
He's a pacifist.
You can,
Oh.
yeah, you can
Oh,
say
okay.
that. Like,
Okay.
like
So
laws
if
need to be
you ask me
enforced.
what's the role
like,
of government, it would be to prevent people from using force against each other. That would be the limited role that I would.
Isn't
give
that
the government.
yeah? But that's kind of what we have with police, right?
Oh my
Like-
God! Forcing people to wear masks isn't the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Right?
that's
Forcing
true.
people to wear masks or wear seatbelts, right? That's not.
But are we throwing people in jail because they're not wearing masks?
Well, isn't
Not
that
yet, but just
what-
you wait, Matt. It's coming.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But isn't ultimately
Slippery
anything that the
slope.
government-
Slippery slope. Yeah, forgot.
But okay, but then are you?
I think you all should SE
you
this.
can't-
Wait, I have a great question for you,
to-
Chucky.
to
I have a
try
great,
SE.
spoil the bra.
I have a great question for you, Chucky.
Yeah.
Are you then against any subsidized healthcare? Like, if you're poor and you have a heart attack and you can't
Yeah.
pay for health, like, should you just die on the street?
I mean, if you elected me,
Yes or no? Yes,
Yes
that's
or
what I'm saying.
lean yes, lean no.
I'm
I'm sorry,
happy
go.
to give you a strong answer, but I'm going to say if you elected me president or whatever, that wouldn't be the first thing that I get rid of, but I do want to get rid of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're okay. You're cool with. I don't know how many people in the U.S. could afford heart care. I don't know. Let's just say it's 10% of the population
Not
couldn't
many.
afford it.
I'll put it this way: I'm okay with people who want to fix that problem, fixing that problem, and people who don't want to fix that problem.
What if the
not
best
fixing
solution to that problem is subsidized healthcare that we all pitch into?
it may very well be, but I don't think using force is moral, even if it results in higher efficiencies.
Is taxation force?
But is yeah,
Yeah.
like
Probably.
Now
like
we're
the only
getting to the-
for,
we're
the
getting to
only
the crux of
force
it.
is putting
Yeah.
people in jail for not
So,
paying their taxes.
The problem
Right, in
with
that
I mean,
case.
the way that taxation is structured, right? If you refuse to pay your taxes, how is that enforced? It's enforced with
Yeah, by
Yeah.
force. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right.
And that's immoral.
Just like speed, like should we
I believe
should
it
we
is.
should people not be able, like, should all the roads be Autobahn? Should we not have speed limits?
Well, again, I think all the roads should be private, and then the people who want to make up their own rules can make up their own rules.
Is there any use of
Chucky is a
force?
libertarian. Wow.
Yeah. Is there any use of force that is moral in your view?
Self-protection, surely.
How about for your property?
That's a good question. I feel like, it has to be, let's say, proportional.
If you want to take
But-
my pine chips, my 702 chips by force, if you want to take my
Yeah.
money by force,
I'll take
do
it
I
by
have the-
cunning, Doug. By cunning.
If you want to steal my money, do I have the right to chop off your hand or kill
feel
you
like-
or?
the idea in terms of what I believe is moral
Mhm.
is that the moral action would be some sort of proportional response, right? So if I try to drink your drink and you shoot me, that would be not proportional.
Who should mediate?
for an
What
eye?
if two sides disagree on what's proportional? So let's just say
So, you know
Colby sounds
how
like he's doing SE.
you know how in SE we don't gang up on people.
Yeah, this is a bad
No,
move
but
to
yeah,
do.
like-
Yeah, right.
yeah,
Like,
you're,
This is
you're in
interesting. Yeah, I'm not trying to
This
gang
is
up.
Poker
just
den.
Poker.
But I'll tell you this. This poker thing allows you to keep talking for hours because Diamond and I have done it. So I'm happy to sit and answer y'all's questions.
for sure. Poker Adventure podcast.
I like Matt. I lean more towards Chucky than I think you think. Well, maybe you do know me, but
Yeah, no, like
but I do see the value in having a government structure.
Yeah.
and there are definitely cases where that is more efficient.
Oh yeah,
But I do
don't
get your
disagree.
point about force though, because
yeah,
Yeah.
like Chucky, you're probably a 94-95% libertarian. Like I probably lean 65 to 70. Like, but I think it's extreme cases, right, where it's like it makes sense. Like, I think subsidized healthcare makes a ton of sense because like the cons of people
I'm
dying.
not so sure. Yeah, I think you could make an argument for things about vaccines because it actually causes harm. I think you'd have a much harder argument talking about general health care.
Vaccines cause harm?
No.
Oh, sorry.
If you
I've
like, if
misinterpreted
I
that.
choose not to wear a mask, right, I might be exerting a force on somebody else.
Yes.
Right, but
I think that's a much easier argument to make than, oh, this poor person who's going to die of poverty and hunger, right? Like that's just hurting them.
no, but it hurts society. Like,
Yeah,
like,
but it isn't force against society.
but what's the difference? Like, what's the difference between a poor person dying at 70 or 60 because of a heart failure and me shooting them when they're 60? They die either way. if we could prevent,
Is
like,
this a question?
a solution to prevent it.
Wait. So,
If you're gonna die, you might as well take a bullet to the head.
let me give you a second to restate your question, because I feel like that's
Yeah.
not quite what you meant.
You should come to the hospital and I will chemically paralyze you instead.
Right. No, like
So
what's the difference between
shooting a 70-year-old person in the head and then
No.
dying?
My point is, what's it like? Why is the use of if we as a society can solve a problem, why does that problem have to be a use of force in order for the government to get involved? Like,
So, I mean, I think if you're asking me what are the foundations of my morals, right? I think maybe that's what you're getting at.
I'm not asking about morals.
Okay, all right.
I don't understand your question either, Colby. So
yeah.
you-
But like the point because Chucky said like, oh well, the government should just be there to protect people from it, like use of
From
force.
using harm on other people.
Right.
That's how I would put
And
it
my
down.
point is, if like, what's the difference from the government's standpoint, from the government's point of view? What's the difference between that poor person dying at 60 because of heart failure and that person dying at 60 because I shot him in the head? Like, if the government
So
can
people
solve
can't-
both problems,
Sorry.
like, why should the government not, like, why is that line drawn there when, like, the government can help that person get heart care? And again, like, that line should be drawn somewhere, but like,
I guess
like-
it's not about solving problems, right? It's about preventing the use of force on unwilling participants. And so for you to sort of fit into my framework, you'd have to argue to me.
but why is that your framework?
Well, then that's what I was saying. Are you asking me about the foundations of my moral?
But it's not morals because we can
This
agree
is
that
absolutely moral.
well no, because we're talking about the role of the government. That has nothing to do with morality. It has to do with
everything to do with. So my belief in what the appropriate government should be has everything to do with my morality beliefs.
Well, did you answer that
Interesting.
question that Matt asked you earlier about what do you think the government should be?
Yeah, like what would be valid roles for the government? And then,
Yeah,
let me just
I
do a quick list. So military,
Defense. Maybe I'd say it like that.
defense,
Federal Reserve?
Sorry, what?
Federal
Federal
Reserve.
Reserve? The
No.
printing of money, having
No.
a fiat currency that everybody can.
No. No.
Okay.
Oh,
Bitcoin for everybody. Woo.
we're back to the gold
Diplomacy.
standard.
Diplomacy, foreign affairs.
Maybe arguably. I'm not really sure I have an opinion about it.
What about like environmental regulation?
I think that's an interesting one. I think you could definitely make the case that, for example, setting the price of let's say emitting CO2 into the air might be the role
Wait,
that
Chucky,
government should play.
that has nothing to do with use of force though.
No, but it actually does, because if I pollute my neighbor's yard, right,
Mm.
they die of, I don't know, coal lung. What do you
They
call
can
it?
move.
Miner's lung.
Yeah, they can move.
And that's
Is it
that's a great argument, unless you're talking about air pollution and stuff.
Do you
like
think
that.
it's a use of force to use the law to get people to how do I put this? Like, you're not necessarily polluting, but you are not doing anything about it, let's say. So like an issue where it really is going to take a lot of people's consent and enthusiasm to solve the issue.
to pass a
but-
law requiring recycling?
Something, yeah, things along that line.
Yeah, I think that's probably stretching it. The government should probably not do that.
But again, like if people are heart, like, what's the difference between a person's own heart killing, like?
So again, because like let's imagine
That was
an
what
old
I
man-
had. So
Let's pick a specific hypothetical. Let's imagine this old man who's got congestive heart failure and he's on his deathbed, right? So you're saying, well, if the government can pay to save this man's life, why not? That's the question I'm hearing. Is that the question
Well,
you're asking?
But yeah, because that's like that is literally our
Because
system.
that costs something.
Yeah, of
And
course.
so
of course.
who gets to decide whether
The taxpayer, the voters, like that's
the
what
problem,
we've
The
done.
problem that I have with that is that 51% of people get to tell 49% of people what to do.
Not necessarily, because it's different across the country. It's It's not
have-
always a. It's not
Right.
always a simple majority on these issues. Like our system is so
one thing
complicated.
if you say that, you know, in your building you've got a homeowners association and you've voted to put your money together, that's fine, because you cannot enforce that with force. You don't use force.
Well, how do you enforce it? Like, what if someone violates their homeowners' laws?
Well, you
or
tell
whatever?
you tell me. What do you do? You'd sue somebody. You'd bring them to court. You'd have an arbitrator.
What if
decide
that? What if that
Yeah. So
person
if you
doesn't
bring them
show
to
up
court, what if they don't show up? They don't respect the court.
So then they entered into an agreement with a homeowners association.
Yeah, and they breach it.
That doesn't. So at that point,
And they get
I think
sued.
Yeah, if you're arguing that, I believe you're arguing that they are actually in violation of a contract, right?
Well, no, I'm not arguing.
We're there.
I'm just
We're there,
asking.
Chucky.
Like,
No, I don't mean arguing in a bad sense. I mean arguing.
Yeah.
No, like I
we're
want
there,
to
we're
understand
there.
though. So, like, if two people have a contract, like the homeowners company or whatever, and these homeowners, and someone breaches the contract, and maybe they even disagree about it.
Yep.
Like,
So part of that
what's the
contract is
dispute
how to-
resolution mechanism?
So I just signed a job contract that explicitly says how our disagreements get arbitrated.
So you get sued.
That's
usually.
part of the that's
right.
part of
So you get sued, and then let's just say it's between you and me. Me, Colby, I break it. I get sued. I don't show up to court. I'm like, screw it. I'm just gonna not show up. Then what happens?
Sure. So like if you're saying, you know, you've got an actual contract violation and they just simply refuse to engage in arbitration, they refuse to engage. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Then what happens?
There's a court, Chucky. In your system, would there be a court?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. No, but I'm thinking of arbitration.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way, I either let's just say there is a court. I don't show up, or there's an arbitration meeting. I don't show up. Then what happens? I don't pay. Then what happens?
So I think ultimately to answer your ultimate question, I think ultimately that would be the role of one of the roles of government.
Right, and that's exactly the system we have.
No,
You know
well,
what I'm saying?
I think it's not exactly.
Not exactly.
The fact that we have
All right, it was fun, everybody. I'll see everybody next week.
Well, quick, before you go, I got one last question I want everybody to answer. I think it's an interesting one. What is the smallest role of government that you think other people would say, oh, no, I would never go for that, but that you truly believe the government should be involved in? The smallest role, like not the big ones like the military or foreign. So here, I'll go first. And you can either be for it or against it, but you just state I'll state what I would be against. One of the small rules. I am against daycare being paid for the government. Okay. And I would say that's a very small one. But that I'm against, and a small one that I'd be for.
That might be bigger than you realize, Doug. Daycare
is maybe the interstate.
Is what?
The interstate system.
Oh, okay. You're for that.
Yeah, I'm for it. But I still consider that a small thing. Okay, so who wants to go next?
Smallest role?
That's good. That's a good question.
So I'm against all these bans on things like soda. I feel like a lot of people are in favor of those bans.
Okay.
They tried to pass that in New York City not too long ago.
Oh, that's
What government? The federal government? Local?
No,
state?
No. Yeah, the New York City government.
Just
tried
any
to ban
government.
What,
sodas
what,
above like 32 ounces or something like that.
what level of government is Doug asking?
Federal.
Federal.
Okay.
And
Well,
and
same
when
thing.
you say the smallest one that other people would be surprised by, like I'm
Well,
confused.
forget I said that. Just
you guys
just
are
think of
reading too deep in this.
think of a federal
All right.
program that would be small
Yeah,
that
like-
you would say I'm against that.
What is that? What is that? Head Start. I'm totally against Head
You're
Start.
against it or for it?
Totally against Head Start. Head Start is a federally.
So let's focus on things you're against. See, and the longer it takes you to think of one, the more you lean left.
Yeah. I think
This is my
you're right.
litmus test.
Yeah.
Shit.
But what is something that the federal government's currently doing that you think, no, they shouldn't be doing?
Oh, okay. I think I just
The
misunderstood.
Department of
but
Education.
small one.
Yeah,
like
a small one.
one. That's
Yeah.
the.
I think
Not hard.
that
Head
would
Start.
be okay.
Is anybody in favor of Head Start? Just to play it back.
I don't know what that is.
I don't really know if I'm for it or not.
That's like
Yeah.
the pre-K education for like 4-year-olds and stuff like that.
Oh,
I th-
probably
I
no.
think-
I'm definitely against. Government should not
Okay.
be telling 4-year-olds anything.
Okay.
Okay, so here's a small thing I think I'm against. The federal government.
Okay.
I'm against the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration.
Oh, okay.
I
I'm
think we
with
just
you.
cancel it.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like the soda one too. It's
And
one of those
the
two.
one I'm for,
Yeah.
I'm for the U.S. Postal Service.
Okay.
That's an
Reed?
easy one.
What's something you're against the federal government doing? A small thing.
Small thing. I don't know. I don't even have the categories of like what.
Oh, you tree hugger.
Can you imagine? Can you think of, forget small or big, Reed, forget small or big. Is there anything you can think of the government doing that you don't want them to do? Or are you just like, the government is doing great?
Taxing dividends?
Right. Yeah.
Ding ding, we got a winner.
Well, no.
Yeah. While Reed thinks, I'm against the government having anything to say on gambling. I think there should be.
Yeah.
I don't.
Seems
I don't
like
think
an
there should
easy
be.
one. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Oh, poker online. Yes, good answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there should be some, like, there have to be some regulations, but I think they should be as loose as possible.
Well, states have their own regulations, right?
Yeah. Like you have to do something about it.
Terry-
there have to be. How confident are you that there have to be?
Terry, what's
Wait.
something that the government should get their greasy hands off of? Something
You can't
that-
have monopolies, so keeping that from happening.
Oh, boy. Get their greasy hands off my pot.
Yeah. The DEA. Yeah.
next to my gun drawer.
I
I
assume
think
the
the
war on drugs
majority of
is a big
Americans are
policy.
against
Big pot,
being
big pot.
What'd you
With
say,
pot,
Reed?
you're going to fall asleep with your gun, though.
Sorry, Reed, you said something,
Yeah.
but I missed it.
Yeah, I assume the war on drugs is a big policy.
Yeah.
Big,
Okay, but you would be against that.
I think marriage is one that I would be against. I don't
Yeah,
know why.
I
that's
thought that
not-
too.
That's
Oh,
a
that's
good
a good one.
one.
Get
That's
the
a good
government out
one.
of marriage, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
rent
why.
ceilings. That's another one. I don't think there should be rent
What,
ceilings.
Colby?
Rent ceilings.
Mm,
Oh yeah, rent controls.
I thought you meant
Just
literal
don't
red
work.
ceiling.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Because-
that's bad.
Nathan had a red wall.
Yeah, I thought he said red ceilings too.
Like I might also be okay with getting rid of the minimum wage. I've thought about that.
there you
Yeah.
go. That's
I
a
think
great
I'd be
one.
okay
I
with
actually agree with you on that one. Oh,
I don't know how I feel about that one.
See, we
I'm
have
really
more similarities
feeling
than
so
differences.
left right now.
I think immigration policy should be as loose as possible.
Yeah, I'm in favor of completely open borders.
Okay,
Really?
now,
I'm not quite there, but
Wow.
I'm really close.
Huh? Interesting.
Diamond, did you answer?
I did not answer, but yeah, that's a tough one. I think the DEA one is a great one. I'd probably say remove that.
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and explosives.
Okay, so next question. Is there any government
Explosive.
policy that you wish would be enacted that currently isn't?
Yeah, you guys keep changing the question. I've heard three different versions of this.
Well, okay, so answer the first one then, Diamond.
Well,
Okay.
you said
so-
DA, which is a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, but the question of what's not enacted right now that should be, I think healthcare should be nationalized.
Mm.
Oh, look at Chucky's eyes roll behind his back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't believe this guy.
yeah, I'm with you, Diamond, on that one.
As a healthcare
I'm-
professional, I agree with that.
I like the Northern European countries. I like what they do a lot. They're not perfect, but they're happier than us. That's one thing. They're
I
happier
just think
than
our,
people
our
in the US.
current
They're
system
healthier than
is
people in the US.
so bad that we have to go one way or the other. Like, yeah. I actually disagree with Chucky on the soda one. I actually think more
Oh wow!
regulation on, like, I think people just need to be eating better, especially
Yeah, but
poor
Does
people.
it really? Does it really
The
make
government's
sense
job?
for that to be enforced? Right? Like if you
I
don't
think
do
you
it,
both
you get
agree.
a fine, and if you don't pay the fine, you go to jail. Like, is that really make
No.
sense?
No, but like, but I think I'm thinking more in terms of investment. Like, can we invest in? Yeah, I agree. I agree that enforcement might not be good, and so maybe I'm not
That's
actually
what a
answering the
law
question.
is, right? If you ban
No,
something,
but
that's what a law is. If you ban drinking sodas above 32
But was that
ounces,
Doug's question? Was it like, does it have to be a strict enforcement, or
well, he's talking about law.
Any
I
federal
thought he just said
policy.
intervention, like
Well,
policy.
okay,
Like that is a
maybe
policy.
yeah.
Like Michelle Obama's thing about like the kids go, like that's like yeah, I guess a school could get fined if they didn't, but like it's a focus, it's a policy.
Here's a good one for you, Colby. Federal government should make a law that says NCAA players can be paid by their university.
No,
Really? No.
yeah.
Why
Yeah,
are these
I mean-
guys? They're slaves right now.
their
No,
images.
no.
Yeah.
NIL's good. They should be able to profit off their name, image, and likeness, but I don't think they should get a salary
Oh, wow.
because they
You
get
know how much
tuition.
money these kids bring into the universities and they get nothing other
No,
than
they don't get nothing. It's not true. They just got the NIL, which means
Tuition.
they can make money off their name, image, and likeness. Like they can sell shirts. They they can make money doing what
But what
they
about
do.
the people who are
They just don't get a
great,
salary.
but aren't good enough to be in an NBA commercial? I mean,
I think
They
having
get you
In a commercial.
underestimate the power of college marketing in the area. There are
Yeah, but for
rich
every $100
alumni who
for every
will-
$100 that come into and ticket sales and TV and all
But
that.
let's hear what is
Players get
Colby's
nothing.
reason why
because
they shouldn't.
mainly because I think it'll ruin the sport and
Oh.
and I
that's
think
where I'm okay. Like,
and,
that's where
and
I'm
I think universities already give benefits through
like, please
tuition.
do that.
Well, it'll just become a bidding war. Like if people want to do it through third parties, that's fine. But as state institutions, like they already are giving them free tuition and housing and all this stuff. Like I think a salary on top of that is a little sketch. Because they get scholarships. Like they literally do get paid. But
Yeah,
it's
but
just
it is sketchy now.
Damage, like brain damage, and they're also
Yeah.
putting their bodies on the line. Pretty.
I
the
think they
football
should. I think they
players.
should have insurance. I think.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think they should
So
have
Colby,
insurance.
when I was a
I think they get the hot chicks too, don't they?
Oh yeah,
That's
that's not
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Indeed.
That's a totally
All
fair
right.
exchange.
Good night, guys. Thank you
Good
so
night.
much.
Someone
Yeah,
asked me. a
I'm outta here
question,
too.
but
I'll
I
see
don't
you next
All
remember.
right.
See ya.
Who asked me
So
a question?
we could solve all the world problems at just that poker night here.
I know.
Yeah.
We should form one of those citizen. Have you heard about this? I read it in The Economist. Some countries are trying out this new scheme where instead of like just having the legislature pass laws, they conscript like 100 citizens to go and solve some problem. They just figure out what to do and how to do it.
Dude, it's like jury duty, but
Kind of.
I
Congress
think in
duty.
Rome, at one point, there was a system where they had a lottery to determine who was going to be a legislator.
Oh my goodness, we would be 50 years ahead of where we are now.
Citizen councils. That's what they call them.
I got to go soon too, but I want to say something to Chucky because I've walked the streets of rural Canada. I've walked the streets through rural
Tuscaloosa.
United States, and I've walked the streets through rural Mexico. And I tell you, there's one country that's better than the rest when it comes to walking through rural streets. You don't want to walk through Mexico and see dead bodies lying around you, which sometimes happens, and you see people dying of hunger and all this stuff. So even though I'm conservative and I lean right, probably way more than a lot of you flag-waving phonies, I still see the value because I'm selfish. I don't want to see that amount of pain and suffering. And when you have a system of government that has a good allocation of both capitalism and socialism, you avoid those bad scenes.
I'd be happy to talk to you about your beliefs, Doug, if you want to come on my channel.
And nothing is going to change my mind. You can take your SE and shove it.
Oh man.
All right, good game.
But
guys.
yeah,
Good- good
This
talk.
is the thing, right? These kinds of beliefs are, I think, for a lot of people, are quite pokey, are quite spiky. You know. They
Well, you know, it was Paul Graham. I read an essay of his called "Keep Your Identity Small." This will be my last thought before I go. And this was in that scout mindset too, is right. Like, try to not have your identity be tied to your beliefs, because then it's difficult to change your beliefs, right? That's the basic idea. But he noticed this. He said, like, why is it that people like get into these huge debates about politics and religion, but not like JavaScript, right?
Oh, they do.
And the answer is because anyone can have an opinion about politics and religion, right? It doesn't require knowledge about the topic,
No.
right? All you have
Times
to have
versus
are
spaces. Have
are
you ever
strong
talked to
belief.
somebody
Yeah.
about
So-
times versus spaces, Matt?
Oh well, yeah, but that's like, it's a detail, you know. But like,
No,
if we're
it's
gonna ask,
not. And fuck you
So-
if you use spaces.
but if we're gonna like ask questions about programming languages have answers, right? But like questions
No.
about politics, often it's just like, well, it's I value this and you value that, right? And so there we are, right? And then we can just sit there and argue about our values. But like, so anyway, I mean, don't get me wrong, like I have my own political views and everyone does, but like I'm just saying, like, in some ways politics is a lot like religion, in that like
Totally
people don't
agree.
feel a need to like check that their views are actually right. And this applies to me too, right? I'm not like saying, you know, this only applies to you, but like how would you know if your view like how would
You're saying you got to be more dead inside, right, man?
Yeah, well, like be willing, like the way I look at it is be willing to change my political views if it looks like they're wrong. I don't, you know, like I used to be more like ideological. I'm like no longer ideological. Like
Are you?
I
would
almost,
you say you're
I just
practical?
want to treat things like case by case, you know.
That's because you're over 40.
Maybe.
Yeah, when
Is-
you
is
get
it-
older.
what else happens? Fill me in.
Well, your testicles will grow a little bit. Yeah, when you get life, if it kicks you in the gut hard enough, you start to be more open to different things.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Matt, when you
Are we still
mentioned
live?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, we are. Oh, good. Because I like my
I have-
3 countries, rural streets thing. I got to clip that.
You want to investigate your belief, Doug?
Which one?
Whatever claim you want to come with, I'd be happy.
Right
to
now?
talk.
No. I
No,
want to
no, no.
eat.
But another time.
Damon, you were going to ask me a question. Maybe I'll answer.
Oh
I'll go.
no, I was gonna mention an interesting idea that I hadn't heard proposed by anyone yet, except for a friend of mine thinking about the citizen council thing.
Mm.
His proposal for running a business or really any form of government is kind of like jury duty, but it increases the sample size as you go through like the appeals court. So basically, you pick one random person is the first court, and they just decide, and there's no other rules. They just yes or no, you know, they can award whatever they want, and then you can appeal it, but it's going to cost you money. So it might cost like $100 for the next one, and now there's a jury of like 4 people, and it goes up like exponentially, both in money and sample size.
Okay.
Yeah. Until basically you could potentially get the entire U.S. or whatever area you want.
If you pay
to
enough
decide.
money.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like the idea of turning any of this stuff, making any of this stuff simpler. Like forget all the stuff about mandated vaccines. Forget all the stuff about masks and whether the government can tell. Just pay people to get the vaccine. If you want to make the government do something, just pay people to get the vaccine.
Would you be for UBI then, on that same basis?
Only on, so not ideologically, but practically, yes.
Yeah.
Practically, I would
Okay.
absolutely be in favor. And
Okay.
get rid of all of welfare.
Get rid of all the welfare.
Education.
Yeah.
Get rid of
Okay.
every.
They kind of
program
do
that
already
just
pay
has
people
UBI.
to get the vaccine. Like they give free suckers where I got mine.
Yeah, but I'm talking like thousands of dollars. Like it would be.
Oh,
worth
really?
it. Well, it would absolutely be worth it from an economic standpoint. Ideologically.
Why
I'm
do you want to
against
keep
it.
these people alive so much?
Well, we should ask Colby. What's the difference between shooting somebody in the head?
We should let
dying?
these people die and then feed them to the unemployed and the hungry and the starving.
It's not. See, that's an efficient idea. I like how you think, Doug. Talk about efficiency.
Yeah, I think we would all agree though. We don't want to live in a society where like there are like 10 rich people living behind Constantine wire, and then everyone else is like out, like struggling on the streets just trying to find food and dying.
I think
Right.
a good question to always bring you back to the center is what do I want society to be like, so that no matter what role I play in that society, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, Rawls. Yeah, I gotta read him.
See, with the mask thing, I think I said this on my live stream. There's two good reasons that I see for vaccinated people to wear masks. Number one, keep the mutations lower.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, that's not a big deal because you're going to have boosters anyhow. COVID's never going away. It's going to be here for probably thousands of years.
Yeah.
And number two, hospital beds. And I think the solution to that is you start putting your foot down and saying, look, you can't make unwise decisions and then beg for help when you need it. So like the chances of me spreading COVID and killing someone is so incredibly low.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I'm asymptomatic. If I'm feeling sick, I stay home.
Right.
And masks do suck.
Yeah.
I mean, they are.
Don't
compare them to seat
I actually
belts.
kind of like them. I like them.
What?
Yeah, because they offer
What?
really
Chucky, something's wrong with you. How can you like a mask?
So
Well,
for two
they are
reasons.
kind of warm in the winter. Out in Arizona, I don't know.
Yeah, but then your glasses fog up. That's a problem.
And you have such a
Okay.
beautiful smile, Chucky. You realize how much non-verbal communication we lose by wearing masks in this society?
I agree. But it's two positives. One is anonymity, which I enjoy.
Oh.
I feel like there's enough cameras that I'd rather wear a mask. But two,
You don't want the
is New
government
York
spying
City-
on you.
New York City smells terrible, and I feel like this mask is doing something to help that.
Well, my son has a lot of acne, and so
Yeah.
he likes masks because it covers it up.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But he also
yeah,
dances on stage. Ugh.
I'm going to continue to wear this mask for years. I mean, this is great. I love it.
I didn't think
feel
that's
like-
where we would end up.
I mean, it's great. I don't know what's
Okay.
the downside?
Unless the government tells you you have to, right?
It'll piss me off if they.
Yeah.
But I'd probably still wear it. I mean, I still wear my seatbelt. Like I had a good friend who asked me why do I still wear a mask when I go running, and it's
Do
so
you?
that I do, yeah.
What?
That's kind of unusual. I don't.
So that-
Outside?
For social pressure.
Well,
I
when
want
you
to-
run, is there like a whole bunch of people around you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in New York City.
Oh, you're
Oh.
in New York. Oh, yeah.
Even so, though, outside, I mean, the risk is pretty low.
It's not
Well, no,
about it's not about risk. It's about exerting social pressure. I want people to see and go, "Damn, that runner's wearing a mask. Maybe I
He's
should."
hardcore.
They're
Yeah.
laughing at you, right?
Maybe I get laughed at a lot, dog. I'm used to that.
You're not exerting any social pressure for, I'd say, at least half of the population. They're probably laughing at you.
Maybe.
And the people who already agree with you, you're not influencing.
But
So
see, that
you're
goes
not doing
back to
any
my
good.
first two premises, which is that I enjoy wearing the mask.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
Yeah. But surely there's some societal utility to seeing somebody wear a mask, and you think maybe I'll
Yeah.
grab mine next time I come out.
Yeah, it works on me. Like the grocery store. They say, you know what, everyone, we want you to wear masks. And then
Works on sheep.
I'm the only Yahoo who doesn't. And it says, upon punishment of death,
So are you
we have
all
an army and
actually-
we'll use it.
So serious question: are you all actually not wearing masks indoors?
No.
You don't have to.
Wow.
If I don't have to, I mean, I'm
Oh,
Yeah,
vaccinated.
you
think
mean in
that's
public?
hardcore. Yeah. Yes. In public.
Oh.
In the grocery store, for example.
It depends. If I don't have to, like in restaurants, of course, you don't have to because you're eating. And most grocery stores here, The signs are down. They encourage it, but you don't have to.
Right. So I don't.
But I'm asking you specifically: do you
No.
wear the mask in a grocery store? Wow, I see. I feel like that's extreme.
Why? What's the probability I'm going to kill someone? Actually, what number would you come up with?
It's not zero. That's not really why I'm arguing that you should wear it. I feel like there's
Oh,
enough
you mean for
people-
social pressure?
It's social pressure.
Yeah, exactly. There's enough people who still aren't vaccinated that I feel like not wearing a mask sends the signal this isn't a big deal.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, they'll learn it's a big deal when a close loved one dies.
Except that's not even true. My grandmother died from COVID, and my aunt.
And if that
still
doesn't affect them, then me wearing a mask or not, it's not going to.
I actually disagree. I disagree.
You think wearing a mask is more effective than someone you love dying
I
from
think a
COVID?
mask, I kind of do, yeah.
Huh.
Oh,
I-
I'd
'Cause
love
it's
to see
easier to
that
sp-
one.
It's easier to spin that.
I look at it a little bit differently, Chucky. I look at it like, I mean, I get what you're saying about social pressure, but I don't think social
Right.
pressure, like to Doug's point, I don't think it's really going to work on people who are hardcore anti-mask. But what I do think is if we can convince people to get vaccinated, then the benefit, the carrot is no more masks, right? And look at me, I'm not wearing a mask because I'm fucking vaccinated. Why don't you get
Yeah.
vaccinated?
Yeah,
Right?
I think that's it. But the problem is that the people who aren't getting vaccinated just aren't wearing masks either. Like, there's
Well,
no
yeah, I know.
reason-
Yeah. But
You don't think if see the reason why a lot of them are not is because not enough people are dying. I know that
Yeah.
sounds really harsh, but
that's
if
true. That's true.
if
Yeah.
if instead of 5% of people over 75, 80 years old were dying, and that shifted to like kids under 15,
hmm
I guarantee you more people would be wearing masks. We as a society have decided that the risk of old people dying is acceptable.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
That's the truth.
There's a
But-
quality
but-
adjusted years of life
To
number.
go
that they
back
use,
to your
right?
point, the difference between seeing somebody do something is night and day between this abstract idea that I might catch a disease and therefore I should do something. I'm
That's
talking
true.
about monkey
Yeah, when-
see, monkey do.
Yeah, when
right?
you look
Like-
at someone, you don't know whether they're vaccinated.
You
So
don't know
you-
anything.
yeah,
you just
that's
see
true.
that most other people in this room are doing something that you're not doing, and that makes
Yeah.
you feel funny.
Yeah.
Not me. I mean, for people who are
Uh-huh.
mavericks and rebellious, like you sort of, part of you's the same way, Chucky, right?
Yeah, but I'm not the person who any of this is going to affect, but lots of people are.
Like for me, if I see everybody wearing masks, I want to be the guy who's not, because I want to be special.
Do you think the majority of people are different than that?
No, I mean yes.
It's a
yeah.
spectrum of how socially compliant people are.
Yeah.
You know.
But like
Surely-
what
surely
Matt
the
said,
majority of people are socially compliant.
but there's other values that people have that trump. So there's that
Don't use
Europe
that word, Doug.
value or Trump.
Trump.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how
Funny
he's
name.
He's ruined
taken
it.
over? He's taken over the word. So the value of freedom, which you understand, trumps the value of social pressure for a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really hard for people to be the odd one out in a room.
Not me.
It's tough. This is
Not if it's for freedom. Hey man,
I was
it's my
I was
rights.
the kid in school who wasn't scared to ask stupid questions, and it helped me learn.
It's the nonconformist personality type.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
yeah, but like let's just break this down. Right?
Disagreeableness, right? Is the
How-
factor.
How common could the nonconformist personality type be?
Well,
By
no, I'm not saying it's
definition,
common,
It's nonconformist.
but I still don't think that me wearing a mask is going to change someone's opinion more so
Let
than
me-
someone they love dying.
I'll make a specific claim. I bet the social pressure that comes from wearing a mask saves more lives than the biological effect of wearing a mask.
Well, I think I agree with that,
Okay.
because I think the baseline risk is very low.
I'm not sure I follow because if there's
He's saying wearing a mask has more utility for social reasons than it does for medical reasons.
But that doesn't make sense because, like, if it doesn't, oh, you're saying it's just more. It's not like there's no medical reason. Or,
Oh, there's definitely medical reasons. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
definitely medical reasons, yeah.
But the thing is,
but it's-
but it all boils down to a medical reason in the end, though, right?
Right.
You do the
Yeah,
social
yeah,
reason
yeah,
for a
yeah.
medical reason.
100%. 100%.
Right. And the reason why most people are not are passionate about wearing masks is because the death rate is not high enough.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, obviously, if this were like the Black Plague, more people would probably wear masks and be vaccinated.
Right.
They just wouldn't leave their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, it'd be interesting. I mean, see, this is like, if you think about utility, maybe we should just start engineering viruses to make people think this is more serious than it actually is, right?
But for what end?
To get people to, yeah, that's true.
Get people to take it serious?
Yeah. Oh, well. Trying to adopt the conspiratorial mindset, but it's hard to do.
Like I just think people are different in what they value and their risk preference.
Yes.
And so if someone doesn't want to be vaccinated, I say fine. But don't take up hospital space.
Yeah.
And especially like for hospitals that are maxed out, I think they should be placed lower priority.
A good question would be, are they allowed to deny people service?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think we've ever had this before in the United States, have we? Where
you can do triage, you can do crisis level of care. Some hospitals have had to switch to that from the standard level of care to a crisis level, right? It's like you have fewer nurses serving more people, and then.
But in the United States, where you don't have universal health care, basically, if you have enough money, you can buy ICU bed.
Maybe in like a private practice or something like that.
Maybe.
Like Joe Rogan. Yeah. Joe Rogan, for example, he got COVID.
Oh, did he?
You think he went to the hospital? No. He had a doctor and a nurse come to him.
No,
he had an IV. He had basically everything he needed. He had his own hospital at his home.
Private.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Triage is so wild. I was a camp counselor one summer, and a kid dislocated his shoulder, and I brought him to the hospital, and we sat there in the waiting room, and his shoulder is like out, and we waited, right, because they had some serious cases.
Yeah,
it's tough. I'd hate to be a doctor. I don't think I could handle that stress.
I don't know. I think, Doug, there's like, I get your point, and I kind of have some sympathy for it, but like, I think if you were to ask doctors about like denying care, they'd say that it's against the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, they're not denying care. All they're doing is giving priority. They're changing priority.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, they have precedent for that.
Yeah.
Would you be okay, Doug, with them giving priority to vaccinated elderly people who have less chance of survival, or do you think it should still be?
Oh, I love these questions.
Yeah.
This is like your boat's full of different people, and you got to push people over the boat. Those two questions. No, I think the priority would be people between 35 and 65 who have kids, who have dependents, who basically add the most to society.
Yeah.
And they get priority.
They were doing that actually in hospitals last year during the worst of the wave in like New York City and elsewhere.
Then would come the younger,
even
and then
if
later
even if they are unvaccinated, you would still give them priority.
At that point, no one was vaccinated.
You would not.
Okay.
No, vaccinated is priority over unvaccinated, and then if you want to go by age, I would say middle age, then younger, then older.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, so an older person, an elderly vaccinated person would trump a person, a person who is got a family and everything, but is unvaccinated.
Why elderly? Because
Ooh, that's
they're
a tough one.
just tired. I feel like the
Yeah, that is tough.
A young person has more life to live, right? The young person should be saved before the old person. Surely.
Yeah,
This
see,
is the question. Yeah.
that's a good question, because now we're not comparing like to like. If I was a doctor, I probably still would treat a father of 5 kids who has a well-paying job, who is a outstanding member of society before 85-year-old vaccinated person. So I would treat the unvaccinated before the vaccinated. But that's a great question.
Yeah, if you were a doctor, but would that be the policy you would want?
Yeah, how do you even begin to write that policy down? Because this is like a Tesla. Like
yeah, they definitely have that.
Yeah, no, they've written these documents, like, because they've had the situation now with the pandemic where the hospital's full, and like, what are we gonna do? We only have so many respirators.
Last spring was, should we treat the doctors before the general population? Like, if a doctor gets sick working in the hospital, surely we should help the doctor first.
Because the doctor can save more lives. Yeah,
it's really interesting to
look at.
What about
the hospital administrators?
No, they can't.
No, let them die.
Because then the bills can't come out and everybody gets free healthcare.
Unless it's Terry, we like her.
Yeah, she's a nurse though. That's okay.
Yeah, she's a nurse, not administrator. Administrators make a lot of money.
If you look at the history of the dialysis machines, when they first developed them, they were really limited resource, so they had to, do these kind of decisions.
Do you listen to the Freakonomics podcast, Simon?
I don't remember where I heard that one. It might have been on there.
They're still going
on some podcast.
Yeah.
I listen to them. I haven't listened to them regularly in a while, but yeah.
I think it's great. It's one of the 2 podcasts that I listen to. That and This American Life.
Abortion and crime rates. That's the only thing I remember.
Yeah.
With them.
Are they correlated or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a drop in crime rates 18 years after abortion, Roe versus Wade, abortion was made legal.
Oh, really? Ooh,
so there's a high correlation between unwanted babies, they say, and crime.
Oh, yeah. And I could imagine a causal relationship there.
Yeah, there's fantastic research from tangential areas that say that unloved children suffer much worse than like poor children or anything else when it comes to life outcomes.
Yeah.
So are we going to see a spike in Texas of crime?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
18 years from now?
It depends. I mean, a lot of people are going out of the state to get abortions at the moment.
Things are much different now than back in the 70s. Like,
the internet.
Well, and contraception is better. The morning after pill. There's so many. Education is just.
We haven't outlawed the morning after pill yet.
I don't think so. Or maybe Texas has. Man. I don't know.
Surely that's considered an abortion, right?
Actually, that's another one. I would almost be willing to say we should. I won't quite say we should get rid of it. It's like, but we should replace the FDA with, like, in my opinion, they've just like dropped the ball. Like,
that is pretty bold.
Like, I don't understand why they haven't approved vaccines down to 5 years old. The data is already available. They should have approved the vaccine, like, not just an emergency use, like in March or April. They had the data. They could have been working with the companies. It's like literally people are dying because of their decisions. And they're like, well, yeah, we just got to take our time. I don't want to lose my job over, approving something that we didn't have good basis. Well, screw you. They're super, they just, and like, the story with like testing, like there were people in late 2019 who knew about the coronavirus stuff, and they're like, maybe we should start developing tests. So some universities over here, like in Washington State, had fully developed tests. And they're like, okay, great. What do we do? And the first thing the FDA did is they said, okay, well, no one can have tests. No, like, only we can do tests. You have to send your samples to the CDC, and the CDC couldn't handle samples.
Yeah,
they tried to do their own test. They screwed it up.
If I remember right, there was a shortage of like swabs.
Yeah, there was all
It was
kinds of short,
ridiculous.
but it's like people had the stuff. Like why?
Yeah.
Between having no tests and having tests that maybe aren't great, maybe they give you false positives. Like I would still take the tests that maybe give you false positives. Like it's better than nothing. I just can't understand that thinking.
I just noticed something. You guys are sitting on the spectators' lounge. I'm the only one at the table. To my
Yes.
point that I said earlier.
You're the guy behind the Constantino wire.
So just from my own curiosity, so it's Diamond. You seem to swing more left than right.
Yeah.
Matt, would you say you swing more right than left?
I identify myself as a centrist.
He's right down the middle.
Yeah.
Depending which way the wind blows.
There are some
that day.
things, it's case by case. Some things I'm more to the right on, some things I'm more to the left on. Actually, a number of things I'm libertarian on, but I don't like assigning myself an ideological position.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
you
lean
would
right.
say more right than left.
Yeah, because who, Matt or me?
Doug, yeah, you.
Oh yeah, definitely more because of my foundational principle of personal responsibility. You should always blame yourself and cry in your room before you blame others.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. How far right, I guess, would be the question. Would you consider yourself a libertarian or a Republican?
No.
I think libertarian's on a different axis, right? Isn't it?
I think
Well,
my road story says I'm not libertarian, but I would say
yeah.
I'm 65% right.
Yeah. So I've seen it broken up into two dimensions where you've got economic freedom versus authoritarianism, and then like social freedom versus authoritarianism. And like I'm free on both of those, but
okay.
You know.
But I'm probably way too far right for the liking of most other atheists.
It is a strange thing. I often feel kind of, I don't know, like, I guess alone, right? In the idea that so many hardcore Christians are hardcore authoritarians. And it's just like, I don't know,
Yeah.
there's this weird kind of place where I find myself.
If you three went far right, I probably would go left.
You know, Doug, where was I? I forget what I was doing, but I was watching some video with a live chat. Maybe it was like one of your live streams or a street epistemology. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But someone made the comment. They said, "Why is it that all the people who do street epistemology are conservative?" And I said,
What?
"Excuse me?" And she's like, "No, this is a serious question. Everyone who does street epistemology is conservative." I'm like, that doesn't sound right to me. Like the only one I can think of is Pine Creek Doug. Everyone else, unless I hear otherwise, I would peg them as atheists, probably, which generally correlates with liberal, somewhere on the left, right? These days, but maybe she was like way far left, and she viewed like center left people as like conservative. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably it. Because Anthony, I wouldn't say is
Yeah.
right or far right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like most people I've talked to on the Discord are left.
Yeah. It fits the stereotype. I think that's a fair heuristic.
And I think it's also fair that when you do become atheist, you tend to go left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Because it's like a
smidgen.
reaction. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also, you realize that secular humanism might be the only other religion left game in town. And so you get hope, meaning, and purpose from making the world a better place through hugging the trees and giving health care out and all this stuff.
So is it a function of where we started? Are you all like, did you all start like pretty far right and then it shifted a little left?
It's hard to imagine me being much righter than I am. I want to abolish almost everything there is in the government.
But you're
I'm not sure that's a right thing.
You're a horseshoe, Chucky. You're so far right that you have a lot in common with the far left.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, because I want to get rid of if you want to make me practical, let's get rid of everything and establish a UBI. get rid of Department of Education, get rid of DEA, get rid of the FDA, everything. And let's
Next,
just
you want
have
us all to wear the
UBI.
same colored clothes, drive the same colored cars.
Yeah.
My goodness.
My quick story is I started.
I got to go. See you guys.
All right.
Night, Doug.
Yeah, I'll go in a second too. But I started conservative. Like when I was young, my dad was pretty conservative, so I was politically conservative, and then I got politically more left in college and after college, and then over the past 5 or 10 years, I've become more center, and like I understand the value of both. I don't,
Yeah, you've oscillated.
Yeah.
Has your own thinking changed on?
Yeah, I think I've definitely become more liberal.
Do you think that related
Just-
to losing religion, or?
No, I don't think so. I think just being exposed to more ideas. Yeah, I was more conservative growing up, mostly through influence from my older siblings. So, and then, yeah, just
They were more left.
no, they were more right. So I was just sort of following their lead and
Right.
listening to talk radio, and
Yeah, me too.
And then
Yeah.
as I got exposed to more ideas, I realized that, there were things that I hadn't thought about enough.
So, Reed has left the stream going. There's like 10 people or more watching us on Twitch.
Sweet.
We should
All
start
right.
playing poker again.
Yeah, I got to go to bed. It's late
All right,
here.
Matt. Yeah, good.
Oh,
they
well,
actually
Chucky and I do too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What the hell are we still
Yeah.
doing up?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't be.
All right.
It's got social pressure, right?
That's
Chucky?
right. Yeah, social pressure. It's working.
I feel like if I'm gonna pay $20 to play poker, I'm gonna get my money's worth.
Yeah. Get your
Yeah.
How many
I
dollars
was
per hour?
Yeah,
I was thinking the
exactly.
other day, this is a good deal compared to Doug's super chats, right? Like, you can
Get a
chat
lot
with him
more
for a
Doug
while.
for the dollar. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
That's right.
All right.
enough.
Go.
All
Good
right.
night, all.
Have a
See ya.
good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Bye.
Right.